Hello, hello, hello. You don't see that. Hi. Whew. Hello, hello. Oh my god, I'm so tired. How is your guys' Valentine's Day going so far? Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. And Munchie. It's slow. That's kind of nice sometimes, though. Ugh. My neck is sore. Yours has been busy and not the good kind. Ugh, same. Same. Woke up, first thing I did, got to filming, filmed everything, took a shower, got redressed, took more photos, got ready for stream. Just barely made it. Woo! Ugh. But Femboy Raven is fully filmed. I think it probably turned out good. Although, dude, the fucking... the dildo. It literally would not... it would not stay suctioned. No matter what I fucking did, it just would not suction. It was pissing me off so bad. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. No, I'm doing stuff with my fiance tomorrow, cause might as well. That way I can use the whole day with him. No. It didn't suction. Ugh. Nice. There is a munch. Let's see if I have any. I think I have some. I do. Okay, each of you get two. Yeah. Okay, hold on, hold on. Keep your little sharp beans away from. Nope, little sharp beans away. Nope, little sharp beans away. Little sharp beans. Hey, Miso, you're little. Okay, Miso, you're having issues. So, Miso, come back over here. And then Munchie. There you go, kitty. Back off. Buddy. How does this happen? Alright, come here. Come here, Bubba. Nakey, Bubba. He always does this. Like, he always, like, tucks his little arms up and then they come out. Ugh, oh my god. So sleepy. Anyway, so, we're gonna play Stardew. We're gonna hang out. It's gonna be fun. So let me get shit pulled up here. Where the fuck? Alright, got SMAPI open. Good night. Have a good sleep. Hopefully you had a good Valentine's Day. But yeah, we're gonna play Stardew. You have Stardew on your iPad? It's
okay on iPad. I have it on my iPad also, but like I'm too addicted to modding it, so it's hard. Also, I have chips. Okay. Let's see if this just works. Hey, it did just work. Except for the fact that it's too small. There, perfect. Aha! We're not watching Hotel Impossible right now. That was last time. Let me find something we can listen to. Something Valentine's Day themed, maybe? Probably an Am I the Asshole? Okay, yeah. See if anyone's posted some Valentine's Day. Okay. Lol, that's funny. Army was like, no. Fuck off. Okay. Okay. Boop. Grab it. Thank you. Welcome. Okay, so let me get you the link. We can watch together. You don't really need to watch it with me. We don't need to sync up or anything. It's just something to listen to. But you should go like the video. Alright. Yeah, I was slightly late. Okay. Let's do this. Gonna load up our...
Hey, Waffle Gang.
Ooh, that's fucking loud. God damn.
My name is Mark, and today we're checking out some
Okay, how's that?
Reddit stories. And if you do love a Reddit story, why not consider like,
boop.
subscribe, maybe that notification bell too. And let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now, today's first story comes from the True Off My Chest subreddit from Suitable Mission 7422. It says, my husband left our 5-year-old and 9-month-old home alone and refuses to explain why. My husband is 43 and I'm 31. We've been married for 7 years.
That's
and have
an
a
age gap.
5-year-old and a 9-month-old. My husband left our children alone and he refuses to admit to it or tell me where he was. I'm furious, enraged, and my husband keeps telling me I'm making a big deal about nothing.
What the hell?
This just happened this weekend. I'm on the board of directors for a local non-profit organization. I had to attend an event for that organization this past Saturday. And I was gone for most of the day. My husband was supposed to be home with our kids.
That is
I
unhinged.
texted him a few times and he responded. When I called around midday,
Hey, do you need a bigger
respond,
backpack?
But that's not very unusual. Shortly after that, I got a call from my mum. She said my son had just called her and
Thank you, thank you. I know, I'm still wearing my leftover Raven makeup right now.
They were both watching TV. When she asked where their dad was,
I just changed the
he said
eyebrows.
his dad wasn't there. My mum asked him several other questions, and from my son's responses, she believed he was telling the truth, and that my
Why?
husband wasn't there. and that there was no adult there at all.
What is wrong with
She
him?
said he didn't seem scared to be alone or worries about where his dad was at. He just called her to chat. He has a tablet designed for children, with pre-programmed contacts that he can call. It's only a few people, just family members. I left the event immediately and began texting and calling my husband repeatedly. He didn't respond to my first several attempts.
Fuck's
It took
up
him
with your
about 10
husband?
minutes. I was halfway home at that point to respond. I was so confused, so worried, really mad, and I asked him where he was. He said he was at home. I told him our son had just told
You're
his
not.
grandmother that he was home alone with his baby sister watching TV 15 minutes ago. My husband denied it, and I told him I was too upset to talk and drive. When I got home, I checked on the kids right away, and they were both fine. I asked my husband again,
Why would he do
where
that?
was he? He said he was home the entire time. He doesn't know what our son was talking about,
Bro.
but he must be just confused since he had gone to the basement to do some laundry. I ran down to the basement. It was the same load of laundry I'd thrown in the dryer the night before. He didn't do any laundry when I was gone.
Oh
I asked
shit.
my husband why my son would be confused about whether his dad was home or not. Where in our home would he have gone, and how long for our son to think his dad wasn't home?
Yeah,
That
that's
doesn't make
weird.
sense with a 5-year-old and 9-month-old. He wouldn't leave them unattended that long. Why was he nowhere to be found when Mum asked my son?
I was about to believe it with the laundry thing, but if the laundry hasn't been done, then like, what the fuck?
Stop treating me like an idiot, and to stop accusing our son of lying. Just tell me the truth, because being lied to right to my face is so incredibly maddening.
Go
He
over.
insists he was home,
Go up.
but he can't come up with any believable story of where he was at
Aha,
or what he was
the
doing
ads.
during that time. The way he answers me when I ask him about this and demand truthful answers is so dismissive. But I tell him,
That's
you
so
left our
fucking
children
weird.
alone. He quickly says, no, I didn't, so anyway. He says I'm overreacting and letting our son's imagination drive me crazy. I'm convinced he was gone. We didn't have a Ring camera, but at least one of our neighbors does. I'm so upset about this that I'm tempted to ask our neighbor for the Ring footage. I had to go out to my car and scream and cry.
Did you
because
watch
I got
it?
So upset.
It's a good
Of
casserole.
course, I didn't want my kids to see my reaction. I can't put into words how upset I am about the fact that I know he must have really left them alone. But have no proof, and I'm being treated like I'm just a paranoid
So
nutcase
weird.
of a mother/woman by him. So the top commenter says to OP,
You're my
which is
target,
called Boyish
bitch.
Miscreant, says,
I will find
"When my
something
now
to give
ex
you
did
to make
this,
you love
it
me.
was drugs. I didn't know about it. He told me
Drugs would
months
make
later
sense.
when I found out that he often left at night and put the kids in the living room together.
Mm-hmm.
So if the house burned down, at least they'd be together. Phew. My youngest was under a year.
Fuck.
The oldest was 5. Don't stop asking questions. Opie replied to that saying, this gives me chills.
At least
Commercial
they'd
Boss
be
says,
together.
I haven't
What the
seen
fuck?
it anywhere, but will admit I haven't looked super deeply. So I'll add this to you. This is not the first time your husband has left your children alone. Your son's reaction to Grandma is proof enough of that. He was calm, completely unbothered by the fact that he and the baby were alone.
Yeah.
He would not react like that the first time. Eat Shit Bish says, as someone who was constantly left alone with a younger brother at such a young age, he was so right. Ooh, what is going on here? Those
Yeah, it's
comments
so
are
weird.
Like OP said, especially that first comment gave me
Not
absolute
steroids.
chills like OP. And again, like some of them saying that
Yeah, you're definitely not the
so
asshole.
chilled about it, I can't believe that this is the
Even if
first
he
time they've
did,
done this.
like,
And the absolute
not leave them
denial
home alone for whatever
afterwards, trying
fucking
to make
reason.
OP
Like, he is telling the
question her
truth and
own
it's just like a
sanity.
weird
The 5-year-old
confusion.
reliability.
You're still not the
Really
asshole for
hoping
questioning
OP
it, because
does
that's a
get that ring
concern.
footage from
What the
neighbor.
heck?
I mean, yeah, confirm that he's gone and at least there's proof of that. So he can't
Nice.
keep denying it over and over. I mean,
That's
he probably
cute,
still
though.
will. But Opie
I love
came into
baby
the
owls.
post sometime later and said, last weekend my husband left our 5-year-old and 9-month-old home alone while I was gone, and then refused to admit
Unhinged.
it or provide a plausible explanation. Since then, we had many arguments about it. I've been living in a constant state of anger and frustration.
What is...
I didn't want to fight about it anymore, but I couldn't help it, and I kept bringing it up again.
Girl,
and again.
install a
I
camera.
couldn't lay low and pretend to get over it while I waited for him to do it again and catch him in whatever was going on. I also knew that demanding he tell me the truth wasn't going to get me anywhere. Since he'd been
Hide
refusing
a
to talk and
camera.
deflecting for days, all it was doing was making me enraged and feel like I was about to have a brain aneurysm. I told him to hand me his phone so I could check his location at the time. He refused. He said he wouldn't do it and that it was a violation of his privacy. He won't be treated that way and refuses to give in to my delusions. You think I enjoy being in a situation where I
Delusions?
have to beg my husband to show
Girl.
me his phone so I can see where he was at? I hate it. I don't want to live that way. I told him it's simple. If he really was at home the entire time, just prove it. I wouldn't
Yeah,
want
it'd be
blow
easy to
this whole
prove it.
thing up. I got so mad that he wouldn't turn over his
hello.
phone, and I told him I was going to the neighbors to get their doorbell footage.
Okay, go
At first he was
for
like,
it.
fine, go do it. He didn't think I actually would.
Should we
He knows I don't
go
like
deeper in
to
the
add drama
mines?
to others, so he probably figured I'd just swallow all of this crap that he's
Into the
been giving me.
mines.
Luckily, I was totally being driven by anger at this point, so nothing was going to stop me from going to the neighbors. When I actually started to go out the door, he tried to stop me and followed me out the door. I felt pure anger rushing through my veins, nothing else. The neighbor, I probably said less than 10 words to in the entire time we've lived here, told me he'd send me the footage. I went home, told my husband that the neighbor didn't have the footage from that day anymore, and told him I just needed to go to the store and cool off.
Bro.
So I put the kids in the car and went and parked somewhere, while I waited for the neighbor to send me the footage. I have the neighbor's number now too, and he told me if I need any more footage, he will be happy to give it to me. The video shows a blue car that I don't recognize show up and park in our driveway. A blonde woman gets out of the car
shit.
and goes
I was
towards my
wondering if he was
house.
cheating.
She walks on the outside of our garage towards the gate leading to our backyard. The gate is too far back and out of the way to be seen by the doorbell footage. She and her car was there for 23 minutes. Imagine that. The car leaves right around the time that my husband called me to say he was home and had been home the entire time. As I was rushing home in a panic, calling him on repeat. One of two possibilities as to where they went. She either came in through the side door of the house, which does provide direct access to the basement, or, and what I think is more likely, is that they were in the back most area of our yard, which is a gated pool area. Immediately behind the house is a grass lawn. You step down a few steps.
Why wouldn't he just show his phone location
and there
then?
is a fully gated area where the pool is. It's not like you think of when you picture
If we
a
hadn't
gated
left.
pool. It's a full 6-foot wood fence all the way around. Plus,
They're
even taller
good, they're being
landscaping
babies.
for added privacy. You can't see into the area at all unless you're inside. I think it's more likely that they were back there because my son said his dad's keys were gone, and we keep that gate locked with a key. The pool is closed for the winter, but there is one small building back there, sort of like
Damn,
a
how
shed
big-
we
how
could
big
build
is your
into a
property?
changing area, and there is a covered patio with
But
furniture.
what?
I'm convinced that's where they were. So technically he was home, but in an area totally removed from
I just
the
realized
house,
time is not
and
frozen
where
in
he
the
couldn't
caves.
see
Now it is.
or hear the kids if something happened. I asked him how he could explain this. What were they doing? I obviously don't need him to tell me what they were doing, but for some reason, I still had hope that he'd finally be honest. He wasn't contrite. He showed no remorse. He was just like, yeah, she was here, but I obviously never left. Who is she?
Girl.
How long has this been going on? And if he's going to
She
be
was
such
here,
a
but I didn't
disgusting,
leave.
despicable excuse of a man,
Like, okay, well,
why can't he
at
at
this
least found
point,
any other time and any other liar excuse other than he was home alone with our kids? I told him I know this has happened before, and I demanded to know how many times he's done this when he's been home alone with the kids. He swears this is the only time.
girl,
But he still doesn't have the balls to confess to what they were doing. I don't believe him that this was the only time
Did I
for
get
your
it?
information. I still have so many questions, and I still feel like my heart is beating 200 times a minute. My blood pressure is through the roof. I've cried a lot, sobbed, begged for somebody to help me, yelled, screamed, ordered a bunch of books about divorce and custody. And you know what? The next day after our multiple explosive fights, him putting his hands on me and me seeing the evidence, he acted like everything was totally normal and like none of that stuff ever happened.
what the
I woke
fuck?
up still seething, exhausted, broken, and he's
That
acting
is-
like everything is totally normal. He said he was ordering breakfast.
You should have called the cops when he put his hands on you, but
He asked if I wanted to go to the store together later and
No,
try
what
this
the
new
fuck?
recipe for chili tonight. What? Why would I want to do any of these things with you right now?
What the
Absolutely
fuck?
no acknowledgement of anything he's done or what's transpired between us in the past few days. He deserved an Oscar for how well he was able to act like none
that
of
is
had
so
happened.
unhinged.
Completely comfortable and non-phased. I know that it's a waste of my energy, but I just desperately want him to admit the full truth of what he did that day and any other day with this woman. I want to hear it from him.
I'm gonna give
It
us.
won't change whatever he's done. We could at
the
least have
ability to
respect
get
and
further in the
decency to be
mines.
honest, now that he's been caught. That's a ridiculous thought though, right? How foolish of me to expect this man to show decency and honesty now.
That is so
He was a decent and
unhinged.
honest man.
He's
and he
so
wouldn't have had this
unhinged.
strange woman over to our
At least you
house
have a
and
good
been out
neighbor.
of our sight from our kids for 23 minutes. His continued denial and refusal to admit to anything other than the bare minimum. His attitude
So you're
like
getting a lawyer,
somehow
right,
being
OP?
controlling or infringing on his rights
Right?
by asking for information. That's almost more hurtful
Happy
than him
Valentine's
cheating
Day.
on me. Comment
I love
says to
M&Ms.
OP, he has not been honest and won't be honest.
Not in one go, but we're gonna get to
What
40,
would
I
that
think.
give you? Could you even believe it? OP, you know what he was doing. You didn't need him to spell it out for you. Put yourself and your children first. OP says at the end of the day, him admitting to what he's done wouldn't really change anything. It certainly won't change anything he's done. It won't make it better. And I probably still wouldn't believe
Oh,
I was
nice.
getting the full truth. Yet I can't stop seething over the fact that he's refusing to give me any info.
Yep.
I
Follow.
come to reply to OP and says because he's hoping that if he doesn't admit to it, there is a chance you stay with him. He
Which is
cheated.
so
He endangered your
unhinged.
children. He's selfish. And the final comment from Trippy Hippie who says, I'm so sorry you're going through this. Unfortunately, you won't get anything from him. If I were you, I'd channel that anger into a plan to take your kids and leave.
Yeah,
He will never say he
definitely.
left his kids in a dangerous situation to cheat on you. You know it's what happened. He knows it's what happened, and it will continue. Make no mistake. There were some people suggesting on the back of this one that, you know, the neighbor was more than willing to help because the neighbor could see what was going on.
Yeah, the
It's
neighbor
just
was like, I know
a
what's going
total
on here.
lack of remorse after this one. Like the next day, just getting breakfast in,
Just
trying to sweep
completely
everything under the rug, like it's
Acting
just
like
going to
nothing
go
happened
away.
is crazy work.
Knowing he left a 5-year-old with a 9-month-old alone like that. It's, oh man, it's wild. What do you guys make of this
But yeah, he's never gonna admit it.
situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another
Someone like that
story.
never admits what they did.
Now, our next story comes from the Am I the Arsehole Here subreddit from Buttertime Alt, who says, Am I the Arsehole Here for humiliating my neighbor's kids by having them help me fix a window they broke? Using a throwaway because I want to.
What?
My girlfriend, 25 female.
A,
and
how
I'm
is that
25
humiliating
male,
them? And
have been
B,
dating for about
good?
7 months. I
You should
moved
be
into
doing
this
that?
house around 6 months ago because it was closer to my family and friends than my previous place. It's a little farther from work, but I mostly work from home, so it wasn't a big deal. About a week ago, I was doing dishes in the kitchen when I suddenly heard glass shattering from the garage. When I went to check, I found broken
Oh,
glass
that's
all
the
over the floor.
I thought it was a
One
chest.
of the windows, not the door, had been broken from the outside. I didn't see anyone, but while cleaning up, I found a football that wasn't mine.
Bro.
I recognized it as one of my neighbors. I'd seen their kids playing with it in the front yard before.
Come on.
Later that night, my girlfriend noticed a broken window when she came over for dinner. She doesn't live with me, though I have asked her a few times. I mentioned that one of the neighbor's kids must have accidentally broke it while playing football, and then I returned the ball to them the next day. I wasn't angry about it, it's just a window, but my girlfriend
Yeah,
seemed annoyed
but it's
and
kind of
called
a
the
big
kids
deal.
rude and disrespectful for not apologizing. The next day, I went out to get supplies since it gets cold where I live, and I wanted the window fixed sooner rather than later. When I got back, I grabbed the ball and knocked on my neighbor's door. The mum answered, and after I explained what had happened,
Another
she had
ladder.
her 3 boys come and apologize. She offered to pay for the damage, but I declined. Instead, I asked for one thing, that the boys help me fix the window. I thought it was a
I
good
think
lesson.
that's more than
When I was a
fair.
kid, I used to ride my bike through an elderly lady's flower garden as a shortcut. One day, she caught me. Instead of punishing me, she asked me to help her replant it. So I spent a few afternoons after school helping her, and that experience really stuck with me.
I think
figured
that's smart.
this was a similar opportunity for these kids. My neighbor agreed, so I showed the boys how to fix the window. At first, it was a little awkward, but they warmed up to it and actually did a great job. About 30 minutes in, my girlfriend pulled into the driveway. She gave me and the boys a weird look, but
Is
went
she the
inside
one
without
who's
saying
mad?
anything. After we finished, I thanked the kids, sent them home, and went inside. My girlfriend immediately asked why I had them help. I told her I thought it was a good way
Girl,
for them to learn from
wait.
their mistake, just like I had when I was younger. But she said I had humiliated them. I explained that I wasn't trying to shame them. I wasn't angry, didn't make a scene, and even turned down
Fucking
their
hate
mum's
those
offer to
things.
pay.
Oh my god. Turn
Just
around,
thought it
you
was a
dumb
good
bitch.
way to teach them
Turn.
responsibility. She still
God,
thinks
why
I'm
is the
doing
reaction
wrong.
time so
I don't think
shit?
I am, but I also don't want to go around awkwardly asking
hate
my
this
neighbor's
fucking
kids if they felt
bone
humiliated.
sword.
So, am I the arsehole here? Absolutely not the arsehole. That girlfriend is completely missing
What is her
the point
problem?
about this interaction.
I don't understand her.
These kids, he gave them a
She's the
valuable
one who
lesson,
had a problem
taking
with it in the first place.
responsibility and learning from
Like, what
mistakes.
is happening?
He didn't yell at them. He didn't demand payment or make them feel ashamed. He taught them a practical skill.
Yeah.
Which, like when I was younger, I
feel like
would love
that's
to have
the-
learned
that's
something
the
like
best
that
way
at
to
the
do
same
it.
time, and showed them how to make things right when they mess up. But not a cranky panda, says Droopy. No,
There.
but you need a better girlfriend. Fire or water, Kai said, not the arsehole. You taught the kids something
Your girlfriend is
worthwhile,
so weird
how
and
to properly
confusing.
apologize, and a skill without being nasty
So,
about it.
you're
Truthfully,
fine, dude.
the
Why are
best
you
way this
crying?
situation could go. Your girlfriend was either humiliated as a kid and is taken out on you or something.
Yeah, it must be that. Because it's so it's confusing that would be her reaction.
Way to teach those kids actions have consequences and how to fix what they've broken.
I'm so confused
Sure,
because
rather
she
help
was
than
the
be
one
yelled at
originally
or
mad.
taken to court for damages.
Like,
Your
what?
girlfriend, however, what's their issue? They're rude and disrespectful for not apologizing, but you humiliated them by having them fix your window as an apology.
Yeah,
/
like, what?
punishment. The fuck?
It's like she just wants to be
always bet
mad.
she
I don't
doesn't take accountability
understand.
for stuff she's done in the past.
She
I'm
making
one
no
more from Marvel who's
sense.
skeptical who says you are not. Your girlfriend, however, isn't quite, and I'm having a hard time coming up with the words. Appreciative that works enough of how you handled the situation. By having them help fix what they broke, you taught them that instead of running and hiding when an accident happens, it's better to fess up and fix it if you can. It's called being accountable for your
Where'd the
actions and
fucking
facing
ladder
the
go?
consequences.
Yeah, there it
You
is.
did the opposite of humiliate them, and your girlfriend doesn't see this.
I need another
What
chat.
are her
How's
consequences?
chat doing? Let me see how her
Opie
chat.
comes in with her update and says thanks to everyone who commented on my first post. A lot of good questions were brought up, and I talked with my girlfriend over dinner last night. Here's what happened.
Maybe.
For context, we are both white. My mum married my stepdad when I was 2, and he's black. I was raised in a predominantly black neighborhood, and the one I live in now is the same way. The 3 boys who helped me fix the window are also black. My
Is she
girlfriend isn't originally
racist?
from the state. She moved here for school and,
What?
in her own words, just never left. During dinner, I asked her again why she thought I humiliated the kids. After a bit of back and forth, she said something along the lines of, "You looked like a slave owner." Hearing that was honestly
Holy
shocking.
shit, what?
That thought had never crossed
What
my
the
mind
fuck?
until she said it.
Yeah, she's
I didn't think
racist
you
or
were
something. I don't know. That's
but I
fucking weird.
didn't think it mattered, but now I'm wondering if more people would have suggested that if I had. I asked, so you see a white man and 3 black kids fixing a window, and your first thought is slavery. I could tell I struck a nerve because she left after dinner without saying much. That whole night,
Yeah, why is your
thinking
first
about
thought slavery? That's
our
so
relationship
weird.
And what this meant. Is this why she never really wanted to move in with me? If we had kids, how will she treat kids of different races?
I think she's
How will she
racist.
treat my stepdad's side of the family?
Like, I don't.
I asked her to breakfast this morning and broke up with her. I told her straight up, I can't be with someone whose first thought when seeing a white guy and a black guy together is slavery. It sucks that this is something I'll have to consider when dating in the future. The idea of, is this person racist, was never something I really thought about before. But now I
How?
feel like I
Why?
have to.
What? How is that not?
My neighbors don't think I have bad intentions. I don't think they do.
Sir!
I'm definitely not about to bring it up and make
Your
it weird.
stepdad's black. Why would you not be
Anyway,
considering if
update.
whether or not the
Thanks to
person
everyone
you're
who
dating is
commented.
racist? That would be a problem for
Difference in those
you.
boys' lives. That really meant a lot to me.
It is
Maybe
mango
I'll be some
juice.
Hellboy or something. And the comments after this one were pretty much unanimously bullet dodged. But now I'm gonna turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this?
What the fuck? That's so weird. That is so weird. Woo, buddy. God damn. Oh my. No, I just wanted to pour it in a bottle because it's easier and that way Munchie can't drink it. He's staring at it. He wants it. Evil kitty.
Evil, flat-eared kittens.
But like, bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. I don't even... That last story was so unexpected. I was not prepared for that. Okay. Alright, here's another. I have another one. I'll just start playing it and then I'll link you.
Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories. And if you
What
do
the hell?
love a Reddit story, why not consider hit that like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too. Let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now today's first story comes from
link.
Middle Leading 8469 and it says, am I the arsehole for telling my wife to stop playing Roblox and do her duties as a parent? I'm sure you all know what Roblox is, but just in case, Roblox is an online game.
You're
Platform, if you like, where
joking.
people can make their own games inside it and you have your character and that always stays the same and you can go into all these different games.
Yeah, I need a
Basically,
better
an online
sword.
game
This
you can
one's
play
good,
with
but
other
the
people.
speed is so
starts off.
ass.
My 37 female wife and I 36 male have always tried to keep the housework pretty evenly split between us.
He's like,
I, for
babe, you have to
example,
please
mow
get
the
off of
lawn,
Roblox.
do laundry and
I need
dishes,
help.
She meal plans, cooks,
Please,
picks
babe,
up
I need
and
help with the
drops off
children.
kids. Lately, this has all changed because she's become addicted to a game called
Cool.
Dress to Impress on Roblox.
Stop.
If you aren't familiar, it's a game where you have to dress
Stop
your
it.
character in a themed outfit before the time runs
Stop
out. The other
it.
players rate it from 1 to 5 stars.
No.
It started off
Girl.
harmless, just a fun thing she would do during downtime before bed. But recently she missed crucial appointments and chores because of this game. I tried to be understanding and gently remind her to do her tasks, but she would always
Girl.
say she forgot or got distracted.
Listen, I am
The
also
big
a gaming
argument happened
addict,
last
but like
night,
set a
when she forgot
timer.
to pick up our 9-year-old son
You
from
set a
basketball
timer.
practice, which
I
ended
can lose
at
an
6.
entire 2 days
I
to The
haven't got home
Sims.
yet, as I
You
have
set
to
a
work late,
timer.
and our son doesn't have a
Okay?
phone,
You
so I had
check
no
the
way of
clock
knowing the
frequently.
situation. I eventually got home
Never
around
full
7
screen,
and realized he
alright?
was not in his room. I looked around further and saw that he was nowhere to be found.
You have children.
I walked into
Ma'am.
confused to ask my wife where he
Ma'am, the
was.
baby, it's on
Found her on
fire,
iPad
please.
playing the game as always. When I asked her where our son was, her eyes grew wide and I knew what happened without her having to say. I immediately got back into my car and went to pick him up. Luckily, his coach had stayed after to make sure he was
Oh
picked up
my
safe,
god, you're
and I
kidding. You've
apologized
never
profusely.
picked him up.
Apparently, he had been calling and texting my wife, who was the emergency contact, and
Stop.
she didn't even notice.
That's low-key
When we got home, I
traumatizing for a
immediately came up
kid.
with her.
At least
How
the
could she be
coach
so
stayed.
addicted to a
It's
kid's
not as
game that
bad.
She completely forgot our son. Now she's telling me it was a one-time thing and that I'm an asshole for getting angry.
Yeah, no,
I don't
that's
know what
one
to
times
think.
too many
I do
though.
kind of understand her side of the story, as it's only happened one time. But she has to
No,
be a
one
responsible
time is
parent.
too many. You're
She
a
can't just
parent.
completely forget about our
One
child
one
and
time
always
is
be
enough
home
for the
on
kid
his
to
own.
be kidnapped,
So,
dead, whoever knows what the fuck.
the
You
asshole.
are the parent
It's got to the
first,
point
and
where
everything
she's
else
failing
second.
her basic parental duties, leaving a 9-year-old stranded for
Like,
an
that's a
hour.
little
Well,
kid.
you know, it seems ignoring calls.
Thankfully,
from
the
his
coach
isn't
stayed.
Just a one-time thing to brush off. It's neglect, and it just shows
Like, if the
how
coach
severe
hadn't had
an
the
addiction has
fucking
become.
brain
You know, you
power
can
to
enjoy
stay
games,
with your
you can-
kid, who
whatever the
knows what would
hobby may be,
happen.
You can enjoy it, but when it gets to the
For
point of
hours.
choosing that over your
The kid could have
child's
tried to
safety,
walk home by
which is
himself.
Addiction behavior that we see and how the way it escalated. It started
That's just
with, like,
stressful. Don't do that
harmless
shit.
fun, then went to missing appointments and chores, and now it's got to the point where, you know, you're endangering your own child, but still minimizing it yourself. When she called her husband an arsehole for being angry at her rather than being horrified at what she did,
Yeah,
it just
that's
shows
just
how in
no.
denial she is about it. And that's not making excuses for
Girl.
the behavior, absolutely not. But it's just the way
You
that
can't
it's
do
come
that.
across to me in that post. The commenter says, not the arsehole, this isn't a chore she's blowing off.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
not like she
forgetting
forgot the
her own child.
laundry.
How could she not even notice the calls and texts from the coach? That's what I'm wondering
That's
about.
yeah, that's the
There's
crazy
something
thing.
else going on with her. Opie says, I'm not entirely sure how she missed all of the messages and phone
Maybe
calls
she's
from the coach.
depressed or
We haven't
something.
spoken
If
much since
it's
the
that
argument. I
bad,
haven't noticed anything
you
different
asshole,
with her,
get out of here.
but I could be missing things. Commenter says, OP, is that iPad hooked up to her iPhone? Because if it is, then your wife willfully ignored the messages and calls. Those
True.
things are shown on any Apple device hooked to the same account.
She's on her iPad.
iPhone, iPad, MacBook. Also, I would remove your wife from every emergency contact or add yourself with a note requiring they notify you both.
Yeah.
OP responds saying, I think the other replies are right. She still had her iPad on silent. Still, I feel like she would have
well,
seen
that's
the
good at
notifications.
least.
Anyway, I text the coach to add my number to the emergency contact list, so hopefully nothing like this will happen again.
That's so stressful.
She needs therapy. She's so addicted to a city.
She definitely needs therapy.
That she's forgetting her own real child.
To like forget your actual kid.
Okay, maybe losing track of time, but missing the calls and texts too?
Like, it's a kid's game. There's no way you can't fucking pause it in some way.
You probably felt so scared and abandoned. Opie says thanks for your concern. I'm planning on talking to her tomorrow morning because I've had a day to cool off and think it over. I talked to my son in the car after the original event, and he seemed okay from my perspective. Obviously a little afraid and confused, but nothing that should impact him in the long run. I continue to check
Peterman, yeah, that's not...
Commenter says, OP, be worth getting one of those phones that can only dial certain numbers to your
And my
son.
parents literally
Change
never
the
once
emergency
missed
contacts
picking up
to
me
yourself
or my
and
sister.
any other trustworthy adult with acceptable distance from your area. Just till she proves herself and stays off the game.
I mean, there was times where they'd be like, I can't pick you up today, find another way home. But they would never forget.
I want to give him free reign on the internet so young, so
like, if they couldn't do it, they'd be like, y'all on your own, take the bus.
Questions. Does your wife work? What time does she get home? How does your kid get home when he doesn't have practice? How many kids do you have? Who normally makes dinner? And when do you all eat? I'm struggling to understand how this could happen. Opie says she works part-time and usually gets home around 2. You only have one kid. He gets home on the school bus when there's no practice. She in the past has been the one in charge of cooking and food.
Did she just forget there was practice?
Because of the events in this post. You're usually eating around 6:30. So sometime later, OP comes in with her update and says, Hi everyone, thank you for all the advice on my previous post. So I decided to have a conversation with my wife the day after I made the post about time spent on video games. We talked for a while.
She's
got to
be depressed, I feel like.
People talked about in the comments. I saw a lot of people suggesting that I completely block and delete Roblox from her devices. And I brought that up. Obviously, she didn't take that well.
I think you just have to low-key treat her like a kid, where it's like, okay, you have an hour for this.
At least a time limit set on her device.
Yeah.
I can't control her.
Time limit.
It's a very important thing to me. It would damage our relationship if she said no. After I said this, she agreed to the time limit. Another thing I saw a lot in the comments was concern.
I think a time limit is more than enough.
I appreciate people's insight into this because it's something I don't really have a lot of experience in.
Clearly, because that would have been my first thought.
And she said she would think about it. People were also concerned
like,
about how my son is feeling after.
If I see that's happening with my partner, the first thing I'm thinking is like, are you depressed? Like, what's going on?
Made sure he understood his mom and I love and care.
Like, you're either anxious or depressed if you're trying to like use that as an outlet to the point that you're foregoing your your required things you gotta do.
Anything I should do or could do differently regarding my son, please let me know. Because I don't exactly know how to navigate this situation.
I need all of the geodes.
I don't want to be too harsh on my wife. We love each other, and it's been made more clear after our talk that this should not be marriage ending or cause any lasting damage. If anyone has any further advice or thoughts, I'll be happy to read
I mean, the
it.
fact that she's receptive to a time limit is good. I think that should
it can
be
hard
good.
to quit an addictive behavior like this. So she needs to be really committed and willing to try and fail quite a few times before really getting into a new groove.
There.
I personally can't just do something addictive a little bit or have timers. I just have to quit it altogether before the compulsion or obsession disappears. The other thing to watch for is switching. So she drops the Roblox but starts playing Candy Crush or drinking, etc. If you're looking for more information on
the thing that helps if you're trying to do the thing where you're just giving yourself a time limit is have someone else physically take it away from you and lock it somewhere that you can't access it, or take it with them or something like that. Like, your husband takes your iPad with him to work or something like that, and then whenever you're both home, then you can play on it, because then you're both home and no one has to watch just the kid, then just her doesn't have to watch the kid. Some shit like that.
Another commenter says,
I think those types of things are good ways to have time limits when you have like
concept of responsible compassion. You love the
an addiction that you can't
but they're still held accountable for their behavior and choices. When you fail, you're there, but you expect them to try again, and you hold
wane off on your own. This is what I want to say.
Says, OP, It's really good that you talked, and that she seems to have heard you.
Oh my god,
My
turn
question
around,
is,
fucker.
does she work outside the home? Perhaps having a job would help her not be obsessed with this or any other game. Even a part-time job that gets her out of the house and around people.
Yeah, work from home
Maybe
could
that would
be
help a
not
lot.
good for her.
Perhaps being home alone so much made it too easy to get involved in gaming. As to your son, if she hasn't grasped how serious that was, she should really get some treatment. What she did could have caused long-term trauma to him, abandonment issues, and feelings that his mum doesn't want him around.
Yeah.
Not saying he feels this way, but he could. You did great
No,
by
but
talking to
his
him and
coach was
reassuring
there,
him.
so he'll be
But
fine.
did she?
Now, if he had been there for hours at
And there was a
night
lot
by
of talk,
himself,
many people just saying, you know,
that's different.
Addiction is addiction. It doesn't matter what it is. You can be addicted to anything. Other people questioning how does a 30-plus-year-old actually get into Roblox. People
because it's
mentioning on the
popular
back
on
of that,
TikTok
like,
right now?
Dress
What
to
do you mean?
Impress was a bit of a trend a couple of months ago. But what do you guys make of this situation?
Also, like, it's a kid's game. Like, I mean,
Let us know your thoughts
every
down
game
in
is
the
technically a
comments
kid's
below.
game if you
Let's
want to
move on
put a kid in front of
another
it.
story.
What's your point?
Now, our next story comes from a user called Blue Snow 2574.
Hi, Bubba.
And says, "Am I the asshole here?
You're
for
just begging
refusing
'cause
to
I have
remove
food
a
right now."
tattoo of my current partner.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
My 24 male, girlfriend 29 female.
Fucking
and
hate
I've
this
been
bone.
together for 2 years. I only have one tattoo, and it was given to me by my ex-girlfriend. The tattoo, well, it's not directly about or for
Is she a
my
tattoo
ex.
artist?
She was the person to tattoo it on
Okay.
me. It's a small, minimal tattoo.
Interesting.
My ex and I never broke up. She died unexpectedly in an accident.
Oh!
I was 21.
Okay, that's different.
I haven't been in a serious relationship until this one I'm in now. Because I've taken time to overcome the loss and all the associated trauma. To me,
Roblox is
my
a
tattoo
gateway
holds
drug.
a lot of meaning. It extends beyond the relationship I had with my ex, and I've tried to explain that to my girlfriend.
True.
But her thinking is black and white.
Girl, you
If you
can't
were
date her.
her,
If
just
she's gonna be
remember,
jealous of a dead person, you can't
do
date
this
her.
with me. Don't you want to move
No.
on? It means you're stuck in the past.
You have moved on. You're
These
dating
are
someone
some of the
new.
arguments. Am I the asshole here for wanting
She's
to keep
stupid.
my tattoo? Look,
She is
you
not
know what the
intelligent.
tattoo
Ditch her.
means for you. You said it extends beyond the relationship that you had with your ex, someone who sadly passed away.
Okay, well,
And the way that
let's at
she's
least go
trying
to
frame
level
it
20
as
today, and
being,
then
like,
we'll
stuck in the past
exit the mines.
shows, you know, such a lack of empathy. We've seen this in past stories before, whether it be tattoos, physical photos like you have on your mantelpiece and stuff like that, and then a partner comes in, demands that you know, remove them, where they're asking you to deny a part of your history to make them feel more secure. That's not about love. That's about being possessive. So there were some comments from the OP. OP replied to someone saying, "This is a good way of putting it. It seems like the thing I need to remove from the comments here is my current girlfriend."
Yep.
OP replies to someone else saying, "Exactly. Not directly anything to do with her. It's just that she gave it to me.
Miso.
Even when I had it
Not
done
for you,
by
Bubba.
her, it was a
That's
tattoo I
not
was
for you,
getting for
Bubba.
myself. And
Back
while it
off
did
the
take
kitty
on
food.
the added meaning of being something
Back off.
that exists in a world where she no longer does.
You're too
And
you're
we'll always
too
be connected
begging
that
and
way.
food.
It's not something to be
Baba
competed
right now.
with. I wish I'd shared the deeper backstory.
You're literally
about my
getting
tattoo
fed in
with
like
my
a
current
minute.
girlfriend earlier. I think I took
God
too
damn
long
it.
in establishing the side of my relationship with her. I
Die,
earned my
die,
trust
die.
before letting myself become vulnerable to a point where I could share traumatic memories with her.
Flew, bro.
All for her to say, "Remove your tattoo." Shake my head. Maybe I'm an idiot and I don't know how to spot them, but I genuinely saw no red flags. This is our only real issue in our relationship.
There
but
had to be
unfortunately,
something,
it's
right?
a huge one. Opie replies to another saying, she did have some concerns even before I told her my story. She worried about how my tattoo would be perceived, specifically by her parents, because tattoos historically have bad association in my culture. But it's not a big tattoo.
Are you
It's very clean
Japanese?
and not visible when wearing most clothes. She knew about me and my past. She knew everything. This tattoo is the least bad thing about me, but to her, it's the most.
Alright, puppies, go
intolerable.
get your
I
food.
didn't talk about her at all until recently, when I decided to open up and share the story about my tattoo. And that's when the remove your tattoo stuff came out. It's not a part of my past I bring up easily or want to visit, or to talk to people about.
Yeah,
beyond
Japanese
what's
or
necessary.
some type of
And
religious.
sometimes I wonder if I should just keep it to myself and not tell anyone at all.
But the fact that he said
I thought my current
historically,
girlfriend was someone I
that's
could
why I'm like
trust, so I
Japanese.
chose to be
Because
vulnerable.
religious, it would be still
Maybe I should
current.
have laid it out earlier and given her an opportunity to walk away. I only brought it up to her recently when I told my girlfriend the story behind my tattoo. It's not something I talk about or want to talk about. I have no contact with my late girlfriend's parents. I was studying abroad when this all happened, so her parents live in another country. Her mum tries to reach out, but I don't. I went to therapy after this, and it was discouraged.
That's kind of sad.
And the final comment to someone OP
Why was it discouraged?
I think it's on me a little for taking so long to open up. That's something I'm working on. It's a bad personality trait I've always had.
The therapist discouraged you from talking to her parents.
Just made me even more
That's
guarded.
really weird.
What I think is unfair is that people hold unresolved feelings for ex-partners all the time, whether they have a tattoo or not. But the presence of my tattoo, even though I put in all the work and moved on from my feelings, makes my girlfriend judge me unfairly. Because it's there, she thinks it means I'm stuck in the past. But it's not true. It hurts because I'm sharing all of this with my current girlfriend.
Hello,
My
I'm
way
good.
of giving her all
I'm
of
very
me.
good.
So Opie comes in with
No
a short
plans for
update
today
and says,
other than
"Thank you,
streaming,
everyone,
but I
for
do have
answering my
plans
question." I
tomorrow.
talked to my girlfriend, and even though I've explained in the past, I try to explain again one last time, thinking maybe if we could communicate our feelings more clearly, we'd get past this misunderstanding. I explained my tattoo is personally meaningful to me in a way
can't.
that's nothing to do with my ex. It doesn't mean I haven't moved on or that I'm stuck in the past. We talked for a long time, and I did not break up with her because of how this conversation went. I genuinely believe we overcame it. A few days passed.
Why?
She drank too
Why
much
would
while
you-
celebrating
what made
a
you
work
think that?
milestone with her colleagues. She called me that night to come to her place. She was in a good mood that night. I fell asleep first. While I was asleep, she stubbed a cigarette on my tattoo. I broke up with her because I can't take it anymore.
What?
Fixation with my tattoo. Opie added info on that saying, fortunately, the burn doesn't seem to be too deep. So if I take care
What
of
the
it, it'll
fuck?
probably be okay. And heal by leaving a light.
That is
Then I'll get a touch.
terrifying.
It's not a big or complicated tattoo. It's clear to me now, but it took me so long because I think I was just convinced by the conversation we had. I was stupid, and also I was finding it hard
She was
to
okay
separate my
with burning
feelings.
you to get rid of
Many
it.
people saying that you need to report that, but Opie didn't reply to those
Yeah,
ones,
you
but
need to report that to the
holy
cops,
shit,
bro.
Controlling and violent at the same time. Yeah, absolutely. Get yourself out of that situation. Awful person. Assaulted you. And the picture, the way Opie explained it, put an absolutely terrifying
so
scene in my
creepy.
head. Obviously, I don't know what happened in that moment, but Opie was asleep. They were sound asleep, and girlfriend is there, and I just got this vision of her focusing on that tattoo and thinking, you know, just plotting and then just stabbing it with a cigarette. That's crazy.
That's so
And Opie
unhinged.
talking about, you know, how there's been no signs before this or anything else. I sort of wonder if they do
That's
look back at the
unhinged,
past
bro.
relationship now, will he see more signs of it? But what do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below.
Like, she's
Let's move
fucking
on to
unhinged,
another
bro. Call the cops.
Now, our next story is doesn't have an update attached to it, and it's one of those stories that's an interesting one, but we never cover because it doesn't have updates. But it's from Big Jelly Belly, who says, "Am I the arsehole because I ate more than
Let's
my
go
share
drop shit off
of a
with Gunther."
6-foot party sub last night? What I thought would be a total non-issue has ballooned into a huge problem.
How is
And
this
I'm
a
up at
problem?
7:05 a.m. dealing with it. I figured while I wait for a text, I could post here to see if what I did was really that bad. I'm a
Wait,
big fat
what?
ass. There's no way around it. I love to eat, which probably borders on addiction, but
Bro.
I figure since I'm only hurting myself, it's probably better to just live my life. I have some great friends, although there is no doubt I'm the harmless, funny, token fat guy. Of the otherwise pretty good-looking group. I guess that sets the stage enough. Last night, my friend hosted UFC, and I was invited. He got a 6-foot party sub. I also brought homemade wings that are sort of my speciality. But of course, people flocked to the food, and I had basically one serving of the sandwich. But people devoured my wings, and I didn't get to have a single one. Which is totally fine. That's why I brought them, but maybe an hour later, I was
I'm
starving.
giving us more. Oh, I
kept
can't give us
eyeing
more
the salmon,
inventory.
and I'd say there
Shit.
was about 3 feet of it left. I waited an hour, then
I'm gonna give
another
myself
half
a
an hour,
chest
and no
so I
one
can
had
put
touched
stuff in it.
But they were still munching on chips, pretzels, and whatnot. So I was like, screw it. I took about half of what was left and ate it. And the last half sat for another 10 to 15 minutes, and no one said anything, so I ate the rest. Well, to be sure, as I was swallowing the last bite, the host girlfriend asked where the sandwich was. Like I was the guilty party, pretty much everyone pointed at me. I guess they'd noticed me eating the sandwich. She was furious and said that I was an
So let's drop
incredible
everything.
pig, and that I had been super selfish to eat 3 feet of a sandwich. I
bro.
felt so bad, I tried to explain to her that I really did wait over an hour and thought people had lost interest. I also tried to explain
What
how everyone had ate my wings.
is
And she said
happening?
something along the lines of, "You brought them to share, Alan. If someone had eaten over half by themselves, that's not fucking sharing, is it?" I offered to order a pizza or even to go get Subways. And she said that it was
I feel like you're kind of the asshole a little
because
bit.
the party sub had been from a local owned shop by her friends. I said I was sorry, but the night was so tense from then on out. I woke up this morning to several texts from my twin sisters, the host girlfriend's best friends, saying that I had to get my shit under control, and that everyone is really mad at me, and that I embarrassed myself last night. I tried to explain to them what my mindset had been, and they haven't responded. Was I the arsehole for eating that much of the sandwich last night? Edit. I guess I've been banned from responding, but my inbox has 1,200 notifications,
you're
so I can't find out why.
soft, you're the asshole.
The most common misconception. This wasn't a Subway party sub, so definitely not 4 times the size of a regular sub. This is a local place, so it's about 1.5 times the width of a regular sub. It's still not a ton of food.
So there was even less of it to go around?
Subway footlongs in an afternoon easily. This is probably about the equivalent to that, not 12 like some people are saying.
I think whoever brought that little amount is a little bit the asshole also, but like,
Don't do that again. I'm also a
bro,
heavy eater.
if you know you eat more than most people, you absolutely need to eat before or after the party.
Others might have just been waiting to grab it after the fight. You said in the comment you polished it off during the fight. The wings proved the point. You were bummed that others ate all the wings and you didn't get a chance to have any. Just like the people complaining about the sandwich they brought. Politeness police says you're the arsehole. If it was the end of the party, like dead end, people are leaving, you should ask the host if you can have the rest. Just because no one touched it for an hour does not mean that nobody else wanted some. And that you should have 4 foot of a 6 foot sub. Also 4 foot of a 6 foot sub. That's a little bit above
That's
loving
so
food,
crazy.
man. That's greedy and gluttonous. What do you want now, kid says everyone sucks here. You were wrong to have almost all of the party sub. It was selfish. The host girlfriend should not have shouted at you. She caused a scene and made things uncomfortable.
Yeah, she was weird for that.
You offered to order more food was good enough apology for getting carried away with a sub. It may well be the case that you do this often and your friends are all a bit sick of it. Shouting at you and causing a scene is not the way to bring it up. But it might be worth considering that your behavior around food might be a source of irritation.
I'll come back for the other one now. Or
Luke
later.
Crafty says everyone sucks. Dude, you ate half the sandwich by yourself, even though there was other food there. But yeah, that was way an overreaction on everyone's part. I mean, I assume I really don't know the hostess and your
Slay
sister's
10
reaction.
green
I'm
slimes.
just assuming
God
your sis
damn
isn't
it.
lying.
Okay.
I was in 2 minds on this, man. Well, actually 3 minds.
I should have
My
gone
first
that
thought
before
was
I went to the mine.
Whatever goes on, I hope OP finds some kind of support, some kind of help. The way that they was talking about themselves and the way that they talk about like their addiction to food, etc. It just sounded quite sad in my opinion. But onto the actual story itself, I'm trying to put myself in that room with, you know, just watching whatever sports it is, and we've got a bunch of food and
Yeah, I
this
feel
guy
like
goes
no one's
over
gonna
and
be...
eats the majority of it, which he's totally wrong for, you know. I wouldn't do that in that situation. I would ask people if I could have extra. I certainly wouldn't eat a whole lot like that. I would order myself something and just say to everyone, look, I'm ordering some extra. Anyone wanting? And he went the other way at most of the sandwich, which would annoy me, but it wouldn't annoy me to the point of like shouting you out in front of everyone.
Yeah,
Maybe
like
there's
that's
more background
unhinged.
info to this I don't know about, but to do that, you know, I just think that's inappropriate in itself as well, especially when you offered more food, you offered takeout. I know it's
Yeah, like you did offer
or
pizza
whatever,
and stuff.
which
Like
is
I feel like you
unfortunate.
tried.
But there were many comments saying, you know, this was flagged, you're the arsehole all over, but many comments saying that they would call this out immediately. But again, I'm thinking, is there more background info? None of the matters because I'm going to see it. But the dude's up at 7:05 in the morning dealing with this, talking about a sandwich. It's just like, what the fuck? But now, I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? How would you deal with it if it was you? Put yourself in that room. Someone ate half that sandwich.
Bro.
Would you be bothered by it? Would you not? Considering the circumstances, let us know your thoughts. And just a huge thank you for being here today.
That's gonna
getting
be our...
involved in the stories, your love, your support, your time.
A break to pet my pet? You mean pets plural? That looks like only one dog, but there's 2 of them. There are 2 apps. 2 of them.
Hi. It's Bobs. It was requested that I pet you, Bobs. Tiny Bobs.
I would pet the kitten, but he's abandoned me. I don't know where he went. I'll give the kitten pets when he returns. Oh my god, the next one up, chat. The guy I'm dating has a shrine to my ex-husband in his house. What? What? I would be silently annoyed if I was in that situation. Like, I'm never gonna call someone out for eating too much. Like, that's unhinged. But I would definitely be like, damn, kind of wanted some of that, but all right. Cool. Especially, like, usually if I'm bringing food somewhere, I'm going to assume I'm not eating the food that I am bringing. I'm going to be eating the other food that's there. If you wanted some of the food that you're bringing, you can literally just hold some of it aside for yourself because you're the one bringing it. So him being mad about the wings is really kind of stupid in the first place. Is her ex Jesus or Buddha? Oh my god, okay, let's do this.
Hey, Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark, and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories. And if you do love a Reddit story, why not consider hitting that like, subscribe, maybe that notification
and if there's
bell
photos.
too. And let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now, today's first story comes from Fraser Crane 69, and it says, the guy I'm dating, 36 male, has a shrine to my 37 female ex-husband in his house. I was married for 7 years to a celebrity. I put it in quotes because, well, most of you have never heard of him. He is at A-list in the world of metal music. If you're a metalhead, you 100% know who he is. We split amicably because he was always going on tour. I used to love going with him, but the thrill of it wore off, and I found myself sick traveling so much. Because of this, we grew apart, but still keep in contact occasionally because, despite the fact that our marriage didn't
That's crazy.
he's a really cool, nice person. 2 weeks ago, I met a guy through a friend that I immediately hit it off with. We've been on 3 dates so far. The first 2 dates were drinks after work. He showed up in nice car keys.
He definitely knows who you are.
Times. On our latest date, I went to his house to watch a movie. Literally watch a movie. We are taking the physical stuff slow. Lol. He has a nice house, so I asked for a tour. After he showed me the upstairs, he said he had to show me his game room. We went down into a fully furnished basement with a pool table, a mini bar and darts, but there was something very weird down there also. Apparently my new man is really into metal music. Would never have guessed based on how he dresses. And his favorite artist of all time is, you guessed it, my ex-husband. He had framed posters of all of my ex's bands, autographed signature guitars. Every record he has ever released were framed on the walls. He even had magazine articles about him and some of his bands framed. Every wall in his game room was covered with my ex's face and his signature guitars. So I may have messed up here, but I kept my mouth shut and didn't say anything. He knows I'm divorced, but he definitely doesn't know it's from his idol.
Are you sure?
Tonight for the 4th date. And
are you sure about that?
Tell him. But how? I really like this guy, but I'm afraid if I tell him, he will freak out and run. What should I say? Where should I tell him? I just don't want to damage our relationship because I can really see it becoming long.
How is the concern? Happy Valentine's Day. How is the concern?
House, but honestly, I was in shock. Anybody know how to approach this? So there's a lot of skepticism in the comments. Pagan Princess says, I find it really hard to believe that he has a shrine of your ex-husband to the level you're describing.
And he doesn't know
who you are.
Yeah, he would know who you are.
I'm jaded, but it seems too coincidental and potentially unsafe for you.
Yeah, that seems very weird.
People are saying this, and now I'm a little freaked out.
Yeah, he absolutely knows who you are.
Married. Now I'm scared he did.
Yeah, he absolutely knows this.
So she told him. Another commenter says, have you ever been in photos with your ex-husband that this new guy might have seen? I find it hard to believe that in this day and age, that he wouldn't know who the former wife of his idol is. Opie says this never dawned on me until I
How did this never dawn on you?
Pictures of us all over the internet. Now I'm a little freaked out that he already knew. Sorry little sis replies that says, if he's such a fan, he knows you.
Yeah, he absolutely
says,
knows
yeah,
you.
I think you guys are all correct, and I don't think I should continue seeing him. I'm beginning to think it's not a coincidence at all. Spawnbroker says yes. This is a potentially dangerous
That's
situation
super creepy.
for you. Crazed fans can and do harass family members of their idols. I know it sucks, and you really like this guy. But if this guy is a stalker, he could be targeting you to get your ex-husband's attention. Opie says, thank you for your concern.
That's a no.
After reading these comments, I'm gonna break it off. I can't believe it didn't occur to me that he already knew. Elaine
How
says,
did it not?
I think that's the safest. The chances of him not knowing who you were married to are pretty slim. I could understand if it was a band he'd never heard of, but his favorite band and artist? No way. Hardy says, whoa, aren't you gonna check with his side of the story too? You might have no idea. Opie says, yeah, I'm gonna go through with our dinner date tonight and talk to him about it.
Oh, girl.
Candy says,
That's
he
not
met you through friends
necessarily
and was obsessed
safe.
with your ex-husband. Yeah, he definitely knows who you are. It'd be hard to spend a lot of time tracking down signed memorabilia, etc., without ever getting a glimpse of a name or a pic of his favorite celebrity's wife.
Yeah.
Like, someone that spent that much time and effort following and googling your ex-husband absolutely would know about wives and divorces, etc. I would talk to the friend that introduced you and ask them if they know who your ex-husband is, and ask if the guy specifically asked to get an opportunity to meet you.
Yeah.
Opie says, I called my friend. She says she didn't tell him, but after reading those responses, I realized he could Google him and find pictures of us together. Now, I'm weirded out. Banana with 3 legs says, did she know he was a fan? It's weird to me that he specifically wanted to show you that room. It makes me feel like he already knew. When he showed you, did it look like he was watching you for a reaction? Opie,
Fucking
can you
algae.
update us how this all turns out? Opie says he didn't seem to be looking for a reaction. He just looked really excited to show off his game room. And those comments felt absolutely spot on, that this guy has got signed memorabilia. Every wall of his little gaming place
It's too
was
sus.
covered with memorabilia of this person. I just feel like those comments said that there's no way he couldn't know about you in some form. And bringing you down there felt like he was trying to get some kind of
I feel like you could just
reaction
text
out
him,
of
maybe?
you. But either way, that's weirding
Not
me out
go
at
to
the
dinner.
same time. But OP comes in with her update and says, well, after getting a huge range of answers, some of which were kind of frightening, I decided to give the new guy the benefit of the doubt and go ahead with our dinner date that night. Our 4th date.
Oh my god.
So I met him at the restaurant and we
Okay,
had some
I'll be-
wine first. We were just talking and chatting and I realized that I had to bring up the ex-husband thing. So while we were both 2 glasses of wine in, I decided to just ask him flat out if he knew that I was previously married to his favorite musician. He laughed nervously and said, yes, I knew, but my friend didn't tell me. I figured it out. He told me essentially
God.
that he found out through the grapevine and he decided to start mingling with my friend so he could meet me. He told me that yes, at first it was just because I was married to his idol.
Oh my god.
But that now he's really developing feelings
That's
for me.
terrifying.
I thought it was a little odd, but I felt fine with it. Until I remembered his man cave basement. I asked him if he knew I was married to his favorite musician. Then why the fuck would he bring me down there to show me all of the memorabilia? His response was too weird for me. He said, I was trying to see if you would confess. I was like, confess to what? And he said, to me being married to my ex. I told him that I thought it was pretty concerning that he tried to trick me into some weird confession that I didn't think would work out. Except
You don't seem very intelligent, and I'm a little bit worried about your judgment,
Dinner
OP.
had already been served, so we started eating when he proceeded
What do you
to
mean you
bombard
were
me with
okay with
questions
that?
about my ex. When is he releasing new material? What is his favorite band?
Oh my
What does
God.
he do during the day of the show? Is he vegan?
Leave.
What's
What
his
is
mother's
wrong?
maiden
OP,
name?
why are you staying?
Okay, so I made up the last one, lol. Blah, blah, blah. Finally, he could sense my discomfort, and we ended the dinner and parted ways. He said he would text me the next day, just as friends, which I said was okay. Well, his text the next day was trying to get him and his friends VIP passes when his ex comes nearest to
Block
play.
him.
I did not respond. I blocked his number because he kept texting again and again, begging me for the hookup. It was desperate and weird. Anyway, I called my ex to warn him about this dude, even though he seems harmless. He doesn't know where I live, and I didn't get any psycho vibes. I think he just wanted me as a trophy.
I didn't get
as
any
some user
psycho
put in the
vibes.
last post.
OP, your judgment.
And that is absolutely terrifying.
Okay, your judgment scares me.
Information that this guy knows, and he got himself in your friend group to get to you with what it sounds like ultimately to get to your ex.
The fact that he told you he got
absolutely terrifying behavior. But what do you guys
he weaseled his way into your friend group just
let us know your thoughts down
to get to you, and you were okay with that. It's so concerning.
Story. Now, our next story comes from the Today I Fucked Up subreddit from Almond Chef 420, who says, "Today I fucked up by making my one night stand breakfast. I got out of a bad relationship a few months ago. I only recently felt good enough to get out of the house again. This was my first ever boyfriend. He turned out to be a piece of crap, so I was obviously a bit hesitant. But some old friends from high school were visiting my town and asked if I wanted to go on a bar crawl with them. And I figured, fuck it. It's not like anything will happen other than getting drunk with some pals, so why not? At the first bar, we ran into a group of guys from my university. I'd seen some of them around, but never spoke to them before. One of my friends decides she's going to force me to get out of my shell and drags our group over to talk with them. I'm extremely quiet, like weirdly quiet to most people. So I end up sitting in the corner of our booth and not saying anything, just drinking and feeling awkward. Well, one of the guys in the other group, let's call him Adam, is also being weirdly quiet. So my friends and his friends, who are already tipsy, decide to make things as awkward as possible by making us play Truth or Dare. Except we have to drink when we don't want to answer something. There was a lot of personal/sexual questions neither of us wanted to answer, so we ended up drinking quite a bit. By the time we're done at the first bar, Adam and I are on a whole different plane of existence from everyone else. And it turned out we had a lot in common, and he was pretty cute, and we were goofing around and laughing the whole time. I started to get butterflies in my stomach, and not just from the alcohol. Adam has my exact sense of humor and is really sweet and kind. We wander off and start having deep, drunk conversations about being left out of things and how annoying it is when people say shit like, can they speak? I tell him I'm walking home and he offers to walk with me. I know where this is going, but I'm drunk enough that I don't feel nervous. Plus, I feel like I have a genuine connection with this guy. Our friends are wolf whistling as we leave, and instead of being embarrassed, I feel weirdly proud. So we get to my place, talk and smoke for a bit, and do the deed. I wake up earlier than him and decide I'm going to make a nice breakfast. I want to impress him and show him that I like him. And everyone likes a good breakfast when they have a hangover, right? So I sneak out of bed and make scrambled eggs, French toast, and sausage.
And he's mad about this for some reason.
I prefer almond milk, so I use that for the eggs and French toast. He wakes up and tells me I look just as cute sober. At this point, I'm convinced he's the love of my life.
Ugh,
he sees
fucking
the
hair in
breakfast
my eye.
and gets
Goddamn
excited, and I'm like, yes, my plan worked. I'm gonna get his heart through his stomach. We eat, and everything's going great for a few bites. Then he makes a weird face and clears his throat. His eyes start to widen and asks me, what if there were nuts in the bread or something? I say, no, but I used almond milk. He jumps out of his chair and says, call an ambulance, now!
Is
I'm
he allergic
freaking
to
the fuck
almonds?
out. He's wheezing and stuff and looking absolutely panicked. I asked if he has an EpiPen, and he shakes his head no. So I call an ambulance and tell them he's having an allergic reaction, and paramedics come and haul him off. This happened last weekend. I've not heard back from him since. I found his buddy and confirmed he is not dead. I guess accidentally triggering a severe allergic reaction does not lead to
That's rough, but as someone with allergies, he should have fucking asked what was in it.
I hope he hasn't updated after that, and I wish they did give an update.
That's low-key on him, I'm not gonna lie.
Something pretty special. Lots of commenters suggesting that probably he was embarrassed about the situation as well. And I imagine it was absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, he was probably embarrassed.
He wasn't intentionally trying to kill him, and I'm sure he knows that. You were trying to do something special for him, which just went wrong. And, you know, I'm glad that he's doing well.
He should have told you.
Saying, hey,
you
okay?
probably should have asked if you had any allergies.
I don't know. What do you guys make of that one? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below.
Because allergies are common.
Story. Now our next story does have an update with it. It's from Oddlocksmith 9500. And it says, am I the arsehole for not removing a photo my girlfriend told me before she moved in with me? I, 26 male, think this is completely ridiculous, but maybe I'm actually wrong, so here goes. I've been with my girlfriend, 26 female, for 5 years, but we've known each other since we were 15. I'm fortunate to have my own place, and we've discussed for a while her moving in with me, as she's been staying in the house more often.
Any others?
This wasn't a problem until she was about to move in. I have a few photos in the house of me with members of my family. The problem is with a specific photo of me with my brother and father. She told me to remove the photo before she moved in to accommodate her. I asked her why. She answered that it's weird.
What?
But to me, there's nothing weird about the photo. She's the one making it weird.
What's the photo?
Maybe the only thing weird about the photos is all of them are when I was a child, but none of them are inappropriate or have something you can take the wrong way.
What the hell?
She had no other argument.
What's her problem?
In the end, I refused, and she said she wouldn't move in, and I was okay with that.
Alright, yes, you're not
This has
moving
been
in,
a
you
topic
weird
of
bitch.
discussion for the past few days.
What the hell is
Some of
wrong
our
with
friends
you?
and even my father said that I should remove the photo to make her feel welcome.
What is
I
the
just find that,
picture?
again, ridiculous. Edit. I won't post the photo because I don't feel comfortable, but I'll describe it as much as
Describe it,
possible.
please. What is
The
it?
photo was taken when my brother was 6 and I 7. In the middle is my father with a grin from ear to ear, his eyes closed and his arms extended to the sides. To his left, my brother, buzz cut, standing straight with his arms at the side like a soldier and a serious face. To my father's right is me, long hair, standing like a boxer from 1910 with my chin up and a mean mug, all wearing a suit
Ooh,
because it was
good
taken at my uncle's
shit.
wedding. The photo was taken outside the place where the event took place. There is nothing exceptional related
What
to
the
the place.
hell?
The only things aside from
What
us
the fuck is her
sun,
problem with
the
this
blue sky,
picture?
and a bunch of trees. She has met my family.
That's so
She's
weird.
been respectful and friendly with them and vice versa.
What?
There hasn't been any incidents or problems with any of them. I asked her and she's denied it. Her problem is with the photo I described above. I have other photos with my
What
father
is
and
the
brother
picture?
individually. I do the same pose in various photos.
Does she have a
I
problem
have
with
one
all
doing
of
the
them
same
or
pose
just
with
the
my paternal
one?
grandfather, where we both wear boxing gloves.
What is
He
happening?
taught me the pose. She has stayed in the house multiple days, even weeks. She has things here. She never brought up the issue. I'm all for compromising, but I need a proper
What
explanation.
is
other
happening?
than
I'm
it's
so
weird.
confused.
I still have long hair. Even
How is
longer
it
than before.
weird?
She's very fond of it and not a problem. None of the photos stand out. They're put on a small part of the wall in the living room with the others, including
What
the
the
ones I'm with
hell?
her. They're not big, or I'd basically
I'm
be a
so
filter in the
confused
entire
what the fuck her deal
She
is.
had issues with her family, but they
Is she just trying to make an
But I don't know that
excuse?
something happened that she hasn't told me. I just get the feeling this is nothing about you.
It can't be about
your
the
father,
photo.
And that photo in particular, it's something to do from her side, and it's brought back memories for her in some kind of way.
Yeah, it's gotta be
Personally,
something like
I'd
that,
want
'cause
to know
what
why
the
as well,
fuck?
Not just remove the photo because I say so. I wouldn't feel happy about that. I love having photos of all my family and extended family on my walls. It
I'm
makes
just
me
like
happy.
so.
And for someone to ask them to remove them with
It's such a
little reason,
mundane
you know, I
photo.
wouldn't be up for that.
It's just
But
such a
small update
nothing
on this from
photo.
OP says, I'm reading your replies, but my apologies for not answering every comment. There are just too many. We've talked this morning, and this has nothing to do with me or my family, but hers. The photos brought some feelings, and she was feeling bad for someone else and not for herself.
Huh?
That's to do with one of her nephews. He's going through the same situation as her when she was 15. No sexual abuse for those concerned, and she's been
What?
blocked about what to do. She's apologized for her behavior in the
hell?
past days, and
What
for
the
taking
fuck
her
does that
out
have to do with the
instead of asking for
photo?
help. I'm going to see her once I get out of work, so
Nah, 'cause I would dump you for that
we can find a way to stop her from
making
going
zero
deeper
fucking
on her
sense.
family, and we can help her nephew.
Be like, you
He
need
comes
therapy,
in
what the
with a full
fuck?
update and says, before the update, I
I'm
will
actually gonna
clarify
dump you
some
because you're
points.
taking
Also,
out a
please
weird
excuse my
random
English.
issue on
It is my
me
third language.
for
I looked
no
at the photo
reason.
for a solid 30 minutes, and again, there is nothing remotely wrong. It wasn't taken at the wedding, but at the reception, and still, it wasn't a religious wedding, and you can't tell there is a party going on. Also, I said the size of the photo.
What the fuck
it's just
does that
freaking
photo
nonsense.
have to do with
It's
the gun?
smaller.
What?
Religion was
That makes even less
not
sense.
religious, and we have no incidents related to it. My father's pose was also pointed out. I know it's hard to imagine. His arms are not extended like a T. They're extended in an angle with his palms opening, pointing at us. Like, look at them.
I have no
I
words.
used
I have
grin,
no
but
words.
smile
I have
is
no
better.
words. I have no
It was
words.
in the end, but whatever. He
I
says
have-
that in
oh, shit.
previous photos with him, we just stand there and smile, and he expected the same. But we just came up with that. I was the first to pose, and when my brother saw me, he didn't know what to do, and ended up standing
the
still,
fuck?
serious. He also says that our poses describe perfectly how we were in our childhood. My brother, the goody two-shoes, and me, the troublemaker.
It makes no
He was trying not to laugh his
sense.
ass off, and that's why he had his eyes closed and smiled from ear to ear. He also pointed out that a member of my family molested or slept with my girlfriend. We might be a little wild, but we're not complete animals. Everyone in my family is friendly and, most importantly, very respectful.
Where did anyone get that from?
The same way we are with my brother's wife.
He literally
father's
said
wife,
she
and uncle's
didn't.
wife.
She said
Women
she
who
didn't
join
have a
our
problem
family
with any of the
also
family.
treat us the same way. Besides, Grandma would cut our balls if we act inappropriately with any of
Comments.
them or other
Are you
women.
okay?
We, in any sense, would break someone's trust or go lengths to split our already small family. We'd rather lose
This
an arm.
doesn't make
There
any
are not
fucking
incidents
sense,
of
though,
this
'cause
in my
what?
girlfriend's family either. Many of you jump to extremes. I can't fault you given the amount of information I provided. I hope this update clears things up. The update. My girlfriend had problems with her family when she was 15. All of them, including her extended family, were involved in the medical field, and they expect everyone to do the same. They were very supportive of her until she decided to follow a different path. They let her study what she wanted, but there was friction. They spent her high school years in therapy fixing their relationship, and they did, according to her.
Hate these
Now,
things.
her nephew, her brother's son, also wants to pursue a different career. He's been facing the same problems my girlfriend faced. He called her because he knows that she does something completely different, and because the relationship with
It's
his
about
father
work?
and even with his girlfriend's parents changed drastically. The call happened days before she was about to move
So
in
he
with
just
me.
has a bad
All cause
relationship
of
with his
behavior.
dad, and because
My
her
girlfriend wanted to
cousin
deal
has a
with the
bad
situation
relationship
before she moved in with me.
with his
and by
dad,
herself.
she doesn't want a
Unfortunately, she
photo
did
of
it
you
horribly.
having a good
From the day of our
relationship with
fight,
your
She
dad?
hadn't thought in any other than going ballistic. She was going to tell me about it and ask for help, but she decided to pick a stupid fight to buy time and deal with the situation.
What?
Not only the mentioned photo, but all of them brought bad feelings. She just selected the goofiest one. She not only felt bad for herself, but especially for her nephew. She doesn't have a problem with the photos. She likes them all with my family. It's the contrast. I hope this makes sense.
What? No, it makes no sense. Why is she picking a dumb fight? What is the point?
Well, with her family, it seems their support is still conditional. She thought her family knew better at this point. After
It's
what
not
happened.
AI generated,
In our
and
first
it's
chat after I
not.
made the post,
No,
she
I think
apologized
you're
for
just
her behavior
high.
and told me what I wrote
This is
above.
not even an AI
She explained
voice.
that she felt overwhelmed, and she broke down when she thought I might be breaking up with her popped in her head. I never implied, which prompted her to book an emergency session with a therapist. She had the session before our talk. She accepts and knows that everything could have been avoided if she just told me what was happening. Despite what the situation implies, she has never made these types of demands and knows that I don't tolerate them. She completely regrets it.
Come on.
Our
Don't do
communication
this.
has always been
Nuggety.
good. We've always been
Nuggety, no.
open with our needs,
No nugget.
problems, and what we want in the future.
Don't be a nugget.
Not for
Don't
nothing.
be a bad nugget
We're
right now.
moving together. We already had a long trial thanks to the quarantine. I understand her a little
Here,
because
sir.
things have been going really well between us
It's a
and with
naughty
her family.
kitten.
The situation with her nephew
That's a
came out
naughty
of nowhere
kitten.
and shook her up a lot. She knows that I'm still a bit upset that it took her this long to come to her senses, and she keeps apologizing. But she keeps taking the right steps to move forward, so we're cool. We also talked, still do, more in depth about us, and we're on the same page. I'm not going anywhere.
That literally
and she's been
makes
more than
no
explicit that she
sense.
isn't either. She suggested couples
Love you,
therapy,
sir.
and although I'm not against it, if we communicate like before and now,
you, baby.
I think we'll be fine. But I don't rule it out. We're going to keep things as they are for now until the situation with her family is resolved, whatever the outcome. Which made her rush to message her parents to set a meeting with them next week. We're taking it easy and dealing with one problem at a time.
She's a good
The
kitty.
photos are staying, and she will bring hers once she moves in to put them with them like we agreed before. I think I covered as much as I could.
Good kitty.
Thanks for taking the time, and I'll be checking the post if you have other questions. And there was a lot of comments below this one. Quite a few of them saying, you know, they're not ready to be moving in together. Some people
Definitely not ready to be
responding
moving in.
saying, you know, she had an out-of-character freak-out, and it was an appropriate response to an emotional trigger. But what do you guys make of this situation? Would you move in together? Would you
That
not?
makes no
Let us
sense,
know
though.
your
I don't
thoughts
get
down
it.
in the comments below. Now, just a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting involved in today's stories. Your love, your support, your
You're
time,
very
it always
sweet,
means the
baby.
absolute world to me. So thank you so
You're
much, and
sweet,
hopefully I'll see you in the
That's
next
a good
one.
kitten.
Take care.
That's a good kitten.
How
No,
much love?
he's evil kitty. That's evil kitty. That is evil kitty now. Now evil kitty's going up on his perch. Evil kitty does not get to sit at the desk. That's evil kitty.
You don't get to be evil kitty.
What is that face for?
What's you doing that face for, sir? The scary kitty.
Oh my god. Jesus. Oh, this one just got posted. Ugh, oh, there's munchy fur all over my face. Okay, we got a new one just posted. With a 9-year later update.
Gang, I do hope you are well. My name is Mark, and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories. And if you do love a Reddit story, why not consider, like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too. Let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now, today's first story comes from a throwaway account, and it has a warning on it. And I haven't read this one as yet.
Where the fuck is
take the warning as you want. Skip
There
it
it
if you want. It says gross body stuff. So
Great.
possibly if you're eating on something, you might want to skip this for now. It says, my 23 female boyfriend, 25 male of 1 year,
we're at
is starting to
6.
gross me out, and I'm not sure if I'm overreacting. And there comes an update, which was 9 years later. Hello, Reddit.
Bro.
This is really awkward and embarrassing to share.
Not the 9-year
I can't think
update.
of anywhere else to get advice. I've been dating James for just over a year. We have a really good relationship, and we are good with communicating any issues that we have come to. I'm very much in love with him, and we are happy.
Is there anything else here?
Now, maybe he is very comfortable with me now, which I know is a good thing, but I'm very frustrated, and I don't know if it's just me. This is the only issue I have with him. He's just constantly farting and burping, and it's starting to really gross me out.
Ah,
I feel
sir.
stupid to even type that.
Are you
It's
okay?
really become excessive.
I feel like you should see a
We both
doctor if that's happening
graduated
that
from school and
frequently.
work full time. We do not live together,
That's
but
weird.
he's starting to move into my apartment. This started about 5 months into our relationship, and it has gotten
That'd be a
progressively
no
worse.
for me.
He will burp constantly and blow it into my face. To the point where I will start dry heaving because he thinks
No,
it's
I would
funny.
slap you.
He does
I would
the
actually
same thing
just
with
backhand you.
always trying
Not
to
even
annoy
like a
me
normal
because he
slap. You're
thinks
getting
it's hilarious.
backhanded for that
I know
shit.
it's
What the
normal.
fuck?
I grew up with 4 brothers, but he is constantly forcing it to happen. This is not once or twice. We've spent almost
You
every
grew up
night
with
together
brothers,
for the
but he
past
shouldn't
6
be
months.
treating
It
you
will
like your
happen
brother
all the
is.
time.
Are you okay?
I've asked him to please stop.
You're
because I
dating.
find it really gross, especially the burping. Because
What the
he will do
fuck?
it in my face, and it turns my stomach, and he will apologize, but
Throw
still
up on him,
continues to
see what
do it.
happens.
Or lean for a kiss and burp in my face instead. No. Then laugh himself to a point of tears when I act disgusted. I thought maybe at first he was just really gassy, and I should be more understanding because
Exactly.
it's a natural bodily function.
Got a good
He does
backhand.
not do this when we're out to dinner or with friends. A few months ago, we went to a wedding together with some members of his family. and he
There are a few
accidentally
times I will
burped really
backhand
loud,
someone
like
if
he
you
normally
cheat
does
on
when
me
he's
or
not
if you
with
burp
me.
in my fucking
And that's
face.
when I got really silent and glared at him. I didn't want him to be embarrassed, so I high-fived him and said, "Good one." And the whole table started laughing and cheering, and afterwards he pulled me aside and said he was thankful I did so, as he was humiliated, but I broke the ice. I was a bit drunk and frustrated, so I asked him why he does it to me constantly. But
If
he
you're
wouldn't do it in front of
embarrassed-
other people. His
What?
reasoning is that I am his girlfriend. And he should be
No,
able
you're
to
forcing
play
it
around
though.
with me like
Fuck
that.
out of here. You
That's
can't
how
be
we're
like
being a typical
embarrassed
girl
with
from
it
finding
and then
rude,
also
uptight, high maintenance. I didn't want to argue about it.
Go
so
date a
I
boy
told him
then.
I was none of these things, and he knew it.
what the hell?
Bullshit. We're talking
There
about
are
going to work
plenty
sober and just have a fun
of
time at the
musty
party from now.
ass dudes
And
that
we
would be
did,
fine with you
but it
burping in
never
their face.
changes.
They're probably into
I've
it.
tried to make plans to be out of the house when we see each other because even though it seems ridiculous, it's starting
Some
to
of
stress me
the
out.
bed rotting
I
girls,
can't
maybe
talk to
they'll
any
be
of my
into it
friends about
too.
it because
But
they
like,
think it's so funny. He's a very sweet guy. I like spending time with him, but I feel nauseous when we're alone together because it's just so gross. He's starting to work longer shifts, so he wants to stay in most nights to relax. He started doing it during sex as a joke, and our sex life
Like-
has really suffered because of it. A few nights
Not that I
ago,
have
he
a
was
brother,
texting me before he got off of
but
work,
if I did,
complaining about his day.
I'd backhand
He
his
seemed
ass
really
too. What
stressed
do you
out, so
mean?
I told him I would come over and make his favorite.
Not
and make him
acceptable.
forget about it. So I went over to his house and started cooking until he was off. After dinner, he leaned in to kiss me, and I turned my head because I'm so used to him burping in my face. We had an argument because he was accusing me of cheating. We haven't been having sex. I told him it was
You're
because
accusing
of the
him.
burping, and he said I needed
He's
to get
probably
over it,
cheating.
that he was only joking and I was being such a prude. That his girlfriend shouldn't reject a kiss from him, yada yada.
Well, that wouldn't
I told him that I've
happen
been saying this is
if.
a problem for a while. I don't think it's funny at all. I've thrown up because of it. He started to laugh as I said that.
You should have thrown up on
I just
him.
kind of lost it. I don't really yell at people. I'm a calm and collected person, so I scared him a bit. I told him it was disgusting. I'm getting to the point where I'm no longer attracted to him.
Nice.
That I've been trying so hard to be understanding, but it's a two-way street. It wasn't
Get
to me
him.
about something being gross or funny anymore. It was about respect.
Yep.
He got kind of defensive, trying to throw in how I was overreacting, being ridiculous. But I shut it down, and he apologized because he apparently didn't know I felt so strongly about it. He would try not to do it anymore at all. I don't care that it happened.
He's full
I
of
don't care that
shit.
He forces it,
He
etc.
knows damn well.
I talked it out.
Okay,
For
we
the next
need
couple
one
of
more.
hours, he actually didn't try to burp in my face or fart on me.
Only for a few
I was so happy
hours?
I could actually enjoy cuddling my boyfriend.
A few
without trying
hours?
Not to vomit.
For a few hours? It's that
To
frequent?
make him forget about his
Yo! I would be like, get out of my house. Get the fuck out. I will call the
I'm
police.
gonna type it out anyway.
I'm calling the
As I was trying to
cops.
blow him, he pushed my head down so I couldn't get away and tensed up and started farting loudly or laughing. I was so frustrated, I started crying immediately. I think he realized he did something wrong because he let go of my head and tried to hold me, and he kept saying,
What the
"I'm sorry, I
fuck?"
thought you meant to do it less. I thought it was going to be funny, to break the tension from before. I got up and left his apartment. That was 2 days ago. He's tried calling me, texting me
Block
constantly.
him.
I've not responded. His messages range from being very apologetic to very angry, back and forth. I don't know what to do, and I feel like this relationship is over, but I still love him. I feel also really gross and violated. in a
Why
way.
do you love him?
Our mutual friends have been texting me as well.
What's the good
asking
thing?
If everything is okay. And I've tried explaining the situation to my best friend, but he found it hilarious. So I'm
Not a
afraid to
friend.
explain it to anyone
One.
else. This is just so stupid. I literally feel like I'm crazy.
You need to
Maybe
surround
I am
yourself
uptight,
with better
etc.
people, girl.
I have a lot of his stuff over here that belongs
It's very
to him.
weird. Burn
I'm
it.
worried he will come back to get it, and I have to face him.
Burn
What should I do?
it.
Am I overreacting? The top commenter said on this one, "Fuck that. I grew up with 3 brothers, and I wouldn't put up with this from a boyfriend either."
Yeah,
Tell
that's
him when you do
not.
this, it reminds me of growing up with my brothers. And you're starting to be about as attractive as a brother. As in, I'm not attracted to you because of this. Stop it immediately. Or I'm going to stop this relationship immediately. You're seriously crossing my boundaries, and
It's
that is
so
not okay anymore.
gross.
If you can't pick up on the fact that you were serious after that talk, dump him, because he's about as mature as a 2-year-old. Opie says, "That's how I feel, like he's one of my brothers. I tried telling him this, but I don't think he was taking me seriously." Thank you
That's
for your
because he
reply,
doesn't
because I
take
suppose
you
it really is
seriously
about
as a
you,
person.
and that's why I've been so upset about it, and kind of invalidating my own feelings and believing and being kind of ridiculous. Liberty says, "Good God, just good God." You literally screamed.
I feel like
at
it's
him
assault,
about it,
low-key.
Like a few hours ago, he thought it'd be funny. Can you even picture being naked with him without gagging?
Yeah, that
Also,
sounds
the whole
disgusting.
kind of thing is hilarious. In the I can't believe in how a real grown-ass person behaved. You got to be making this up kind of way. Opie says, to be fair, he did text me saying he thought it was only the burping thing that I didn't like much.
He's
because it was
not
what
that
caused the
fucking
fight.
stupid. Be
And that's why he
serious.
thought it'd
And
be
if he
funny.
is that fucking
But I
stupid,
replied
do
because
not
I
talk
know
to
I
him
mentioned it as
anymore.
well. Dream Queen says, "Why would anyone think burping in her face makes her mad? I know.
Farting in her
Farting
face, that's better.
That'd charm her pants off." No.
I wish
that
you would
is
have
just
punched him in the
fucking
stomach when he
grim.
did that.
And I grew up with 3 brothers too, and there was farting,
Make him shit
shenanigans,
himself,
etc.
get real
The occasional
embarrassed.
crop dusting. It never went to that level. That is just awful. And he knows how wrong it is. He knows how
Yeah, he
grim
knows
that
damn
is.
well
He
what
won't
he's
do it in
fucking
front of
doing. Like,
friends and
that's...
family or anyone else other than you, because he knows how wrong it is.
Turn my fucking...
And it feels very like sort of power and control-y that he's almost testing OP to see how much she'll
Yeah, he's
accept,
testing the limits
while
for
making
sure.
her think, gaslighting her into thinking that she's the one overreacting. I would be
So
done
gross.
with that immediately. But it comes in with her first update and says, "Thank you for everyone who replied to my original post, and also those who PM'd me. I wasn't really expecting as much support, but I'm glad that I'm not alone. Last night I was pretty miserable and just felt confused and sick about the whole thing. It really helped me deal with what I was feeling and rationalize, reading what everyone had written. I just want to clear a few things up before I get into how this is climax for me. My boyfriend did not start out doing this constantly. I remember the first time he did it. I was confused and told him right away I did not like it, calmly, and he seemed to understand. I've never laughed when he did it purposely. I know the difference between an accident and what he does. A lot of the replies helped me examine my relationship as a whole. We've had other problems that seem to fit the same pattern. He's had the same behavior with driving very fast for fun, and he had the same issue with
Absolutely
playfully
not.
pinching and tickling, but he was doing it so hard it would
Absolutely
leave
the
bruises.
fuck not.
I always expressed that I did not like this, but he was insistent that I was overreacting. When I showed him he was actually
Right,
helping
so
me,
he's pushing the
he stopped
limits to see
completely
how
in
easy
a
it will be
sense.
to abuse
I didn't
you,
think it was
OP.
an important thing to bring up.
Fuck
It was a bit
that
harsh to
guy.
call him
Not
abusive
literally.
because he respected that boundary. I know a lot of people were suggesting that I do the same thing to him or retaliate in the same way. It might sound
No,
nice
not
to entertain that
gaslighting.
fantasy, but I'm really not like that. I will never let someone else's actions define who I am as a person. I know I will never try to intentionally hurt someone, and that makes me have faith in myself. A few of you made me really cry because before I wrote the post, I was completely unsupported and I felt alone and, well, really ridiculous and dumb. So thank you very
Ask
much
your
for
brothers
taking
if
the
they
time
would do that
help
to
me,
their girlfriend.
though I'm a
Start
stranger,
there.
and none of you owe me anything, let alone your time and kindness. Thank you. Now, on to today. I've not replied to any of James's messages. I blocked him on all devices. I feel like I basically told him it was over, and he knew that. I've messaged a few of our mutual friends back saying that I would have really appreciated if they would just drop it, that everything is okay with me, but the relationship is over between us. A post said I didn't have to explain the situation completely, so I did that. They seemed very understanding, except one replied saying, "Over a one-time incident. Get real, lol." But whatever, so as long as you're happy. It didn't really bother me because I know the truth. It was hurtful that James may have lied, but I'd rather surround myself with people who value honesty. I also invited my best friend over and asked him if he could help me box all of James's belongings, to which he agreed right away. He kept asking me what happened and if I was okay. So I showed him this post and he was disgusted. He apologized for laughing when I had tried to tell him earlier because
Good.
he said he didn't know it was so serious. He offered to take James's belongings to him, but I made him promise to not be hostile or I'd ask someone else. He agreed. We spent a lot of the day in my apartment. When the front door opened,
Okay.
it's hard for me to articulate
Good
myself,
friend
but
then, I
tried
guess.
to type exactly as it happened. We both heard it and stopped talking immediately. It was James. I'm
Oh?
not going to lie. I was immediately frightened and maybe I could have handled it better, but I kind of just stood there. I just didn't expect to see him. He's never showed up at my home or work without warning.
That's
My friend asked him
scary.
what the fuck he thinks he was doing here. James kept staring at me and ignored him, saying, "I thought you were dead or something. Why have you been ignoring me?" My friend stepped in front of him and handed him one of the boxes and told him he could take his stuff and leave, that it was over and I didn't want to talk to him. James laughed and made a move towards me and said I needed to talk to him alone. But my friend moved in front of him and told him that he shouldn't be in my house.
Have a good
uninvited,
Valentine's Day!
that it was illegal, and he was going
I'll
to
see you
call
later.
the police. Then James got really mad and twisted his face all weird, and I can't explain it, but he started yelling, and it was like
Good.
he wasn't the same person at all.
No, that's how
He
he's
called
always
me
been.
a slur and a "see you next Tuesday," and said I was some ridiculous princess, and he just kept going. My friend telling him, "That's nice. Now you need to leave, or I'm going to."
Dude, I'm
make
so
you."
glad her friend was
And then
there.
James threw down his box and punched my friend in the face. I don't remember exactly, but my friend fell back and James came up to me and he grabbed me and started shaking me, saying I was stupid for throwing this all away and I was probably sleeping with my friend.
Oh my
I
god.
was very afraid and I couldn't believe this was happening. My friend got up and grabbed him by the back of his shirt and threw him off me and shoved him out of my apartment. James ran away down the hall, kicking people's doors and screaming. My neighbor had come out of his apartment and asked what was going on, and I told him to call the ambulance because my friend was bleeding from his nose. I was so embarrassed. At the hospital, I kept embarrassing myself, crying and apologizing to my friend while we're in the waiting room. His nose is broken. He keeps
Oh my
making
god.
Owen Wilson jokes in the
W
Russian,
friend, I hope he
is
presses
okay.
charges. He seems like he
I go to my
will.
friend's house because I'm afraid to go home. He said I can stay with him for as long as I
Fuck,
need to.
dude.
I feel really awful that my friend got his nose
Holy
broken because
shit.
I was a bad judge of character. I also feel really guilty that I got so scared I just kind of stood there and let my friend get hurt. My friend is taking me to the police station to file a report, but I just want this whole thing to be over. But he is being insistent because I need to do this to ensure my safety.
Good.
This is my first relationship. I don't even know if this person was real. I didn't think this was even possible to happen. I didn't understand what I missed, and I feel like I'm vibrating inside because of how frightened I am. I want to go home to my apartment.
First relationship
I'm afraid he will
explains
come
how this
back.
happened.
The way my head does this does not make any sense. I feel ashamed even writing.
This
all
is
of
very
this because it
common.
was from
He was
something
testing your
so
limits
small and juvenile.
the whole time.
So I don't know if I'm just handling it weird or my head is blowing it completely out of proportion.
I was like,
How do I
you
proceed
just
now
froze. That's a
after I
normal
follow?
reaction.
Has anyone been in the same situation before? How do people hide that kind of anger for over a year? Why did this
They can
happen?
hide it even longer.
Sorry for the questions, but I just can't make sense of my own thoughts right now.
They can hide it the whole relationship until you get married or have kids.
Asked OP question. First they quoted OP, quoted the section that said, I've not replied to any of James' messages. I blocked him on all devices. I feel like I basically told him it was over and he knew that.
You should actually
I've
not
messaged a
block
few of our
him.
mutual friends back saying that I'd really appreciate it if they
You
would
should
just
leave it
drop
unblocked so that you can
Everything is okay with me,
screenshot
but the
everything for the
relationship was over
cops.
between us. And quoted again saying, James kept staring at me. I ignored him saying, I thought you were dead or something. Why have you been ignoring me? And it says, I'm sorry, but this is unclear. You actually did tell James that the relationship was over, right? Well, his reaction
Yeah.
was obviously negative. I can see why it would have been overblown if he finds that he's been dumped by having his girl's friend hand him a box of his crap and tell him to leave his girl's house. He says, I did not explicitly say it was over. But when I yelled at him
Oh my God.
the incident, I told him I could not handle him doing it to me anymore. In
Yay!
his text between apologies,
I'm glad
he said
we-
things like, have a nice life. You're not going to be hearing from me again. And that he was done with
Great
the whole
minds think
thing,
alike. I was
me
like,
being
what's the
ridiculous.
fucking saying?
I can see what you mean. And that's what I'm worried about from his point of view. Maybe he didn't really mean to act like that at all. And Opie added one more comment that said, this was my first relationship, so
You have to be pretty stupid to not know that it's over at that point.
To compare it to be like, this isn't quite right. And in that way, I suppose I couldn't trust how I felt about it. He has had quite a few other girlfriends. I guess my mistake was telling myself that he obviously knows better than I do.
Girl.
Because he has dated prior to me. I don't know why it seems still alien for me to think of this as abuse. Especially since he can't
More
defend
like
himself.
8
But I
or
know what
9,
you're saying.
but
Thank you for your
close
reply.
enough.
I'll take things you said to heart and really take this time to look into myself so I can have healthier relationships and be a healthier person. And 9 years later, OP came in with an update. 9 years, and said, things are great. Thank you for your kind
That would be
words.
the-
It's
that's
been a
it.
trip
That's the whole
reading
update.
the
Things are great.
Here to go. A friend of mine actually sent this to me because it reminded
Oh my
them
God.
of an anecdote I shared with them a few years ago. Lo and behold, it was my own words. Rereading it has been a bit harrowing to say the least, but the mindset I had back then was completely different. I was a very meek person, and my brothers treated me the same way in my own family dynamic. Obviously not with the sexual stuff, but being able to do things that bothered me or hurt me, and I wasn't allowed to complain, so it was normalized for me. To answer your question, no, my best friend and I did not end up together. We're still very
Wow.
close, but our relationship has always been platonic. I actually helped him with an ex a few years after this, though it consisted of less bodily functions. My gross ex? After this, and despite pressing charges, he did try to harass me for a while, almost a year, if I recall correctly. I think he just liked the feeling of making me miserable, and couldn't let go or comprehend how I was so thoroughly under his finger, but ended up pushing back. It was hard for him to relinquish that. Not of
Bruh.
me as a person, but of that feeling of control. But for the first time
Yeah,
in
thankfully
my
not
life,
sexual
instead
stuff.
of shutting down, I was actually angry. Mostly on behalf of my best friend for being hurt. I knew my friend did not deserve to be attacked like that. I did end up focusing on myself and I went to therapy.
That's
Both
cute.
relationship and other factors, family, etc.
I didn't know
So
that's what that
I
was.
could be a healthier person, as I said in my last comment on that post. I didn't date anyone for a while after and focused mostly on building friendships and self-reflection. There are a lot of red flags I missed besides the other ones I mentioned in this post, like how he
I guess some of this
aggressively
needs to
pursued me,
go to
sexual
Gunther.
things despite my inexperience, etc. But hindsight is indeed 2020. Wow, and that certainly escalated and he revealed his true self in the end, didn't he? With his boundary violations and his control.
Yeah, he's
Doing all that
scary. I don't
wild
like it.
stuff while gaslighting OP into making
Ooh,
her
so
think
much
that she
copper.
was uptight for not wanting to be treated like
Save
that.
some of
And
this.
the way he exploded when she finally stood up for herself, going into her apartment, assaulting her friend, screaming abuse. You know, it just showed his true nature. He's simply
it's so
an
creepy.
abuser who enjoyed making her uncomfortable and miserable for his own satisfaction. But let's briefly talk about OP as well, who, through therapy, recognized how our own family dynamic had normalized the abuse, and it made him particularly vulnerable to his behavior.
Rest goes to Gunther.
I really love it when people come back into post. Not all that they went through all that stuff, but they come back into post and they can't recognize their old selves because they've changed in such a positive way. I think that is absolutely amazing. So good on you, OP. But what do you guys make of this situation? Holy moly, let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And just a huge thank you for being here today. I'm surprised they all went together. Your love, your support, your time, it always means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much, and hopefully I'll see you in the next.
I'm glad OP is okay because, yo, what the fuck? For a whole year afterwards is crazy. Though stalkers usually don't go away in less than a year. That's a short, lucky stalker if it goes away that quickly. I feel bad for OP though that that's their first relationship. Oof. Okay, grab everything else and then we'll go drop stuff off with Gunther. Oh yeah, who am I supposed to go see? Talk to Lewis. Okay. Oh. Stardew Valley High. Ugh. Should. That'd be fun. Or wait, do you mean like high school or the other kind? I was thinking the other kind. I have to walk out of the room to do that though. I can do that, but it's in the other room because YouTube said no. Okay, I'm gonna give the topaz to Alex, I think. Hopefully he likes it. Come here, bitch. I wanna be your friend. Come here. Oh. Where the fuck are you? No, actually, like, where is he? Oh, he's at home. Okay. Is he in his room? God damn it. Fuck. Thank you. That's why I call it that. That's why I like calling my tears that. It's fun. Oh, hi Lewis. That's convenient. Yes, I got all of the slimes. Oh, 600. Goddamn. Goddamn. Not skimping on that payment there. All right, let's go into here. Was it? I never played the first one. It looked interesting though. Okay. I'm looking for more. Am I the asshole? Ah, found one. Found one.
Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you are well. My name is Mark and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories. If you do love a Reddit story, why not consider And that like, subscribe, maybe that
True,
notification bell
honestly.
too. And let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now, today's first story comes from a throwaway account from the Relationship Advice subreddit. And it says,
Yes, that's the
I,
plan.
27 male, wife,
That
27
is
female,
the
and I
plan.
were intimate. And she said another man's name during sex. He's a mutual friend.
He's a mutual friend.
Fight with my wife, 27 female.
Oh, that's
For an
rough, buddy.
incident during
That's
intimacy.
rough.
For context, we're high school sweethearts. Married for 6 years. We have a child, 3 male, and we've been through a lot together.
Shut the
love
fuck
her
up,
deeply.
Lewis.
Our marriage is in a rough patch. Our quality time as a couple is struggling. We're in counseling. We're working on making time for each other and reaffirming
I
our
just want
bond.
to help.
That's our current focus in counseling, and we're assigned to intimacy exercises. Part of these exercises is for us to make a consistent, conscious effort for each other. We had a staycation to celebrate our anniversary, while our son spent the weekend at his grandparents'. The trip was largely nice, and we got to better focus on each other.
Well, you're in luck for the video I just filmed today.
We were cuddling and
It's a very
etc.
disgusted
more.
foot job
My
video.
wife initiated. She was really into it and expressive.
It was fun.
And then out of nowhere, she moaned another man's name who's in our friend group. We stopped
Bruh.
immediately. There was no mistaking what she said. She looked stunned before recovering and treating it like texting a typo or something.
Oh,
When I questioned why she'd say another guy's name, let alone one of our friends, she swore it meant nothing and that she was just consumed with what I was doing to her. I couldn't buy it. I didn't
Girl.
believe it meant nothing. Not the passionate way she said it. I believe she was
not
fantasizing
the
about it while
passionate
being
way
with me.
she said it.
She insisted it wasn't like that, and it was only a slip of the tongue. I asked why his name in particular. First, she didn't know, then said maybe because she was replying to his text earlier in the group chat.
Where's Shane?
When I pushed back,
He's
she
at
got
work.
defensive. She said I was making something
bother
out of
him at
nothing,
work.
and how it didn't need to ruin our anniversary. I told her nothing she was saying was reaching me. and
What
I
do you
needed
mean it
some
doesn't
time.
need to ruin our
She tried
anniversary? You
kissing
kind
me
of
and
already did
initiating
that.
again like nothing had happened, but I turned her down. The
Girl.
incident put a damper on the rest of the trip. We haven't been intimate since, and any steps we made forward with our exercises have taken a significant leap back. We're in a cycle of awkward silence, even in front of our son, or her ignoring the elephant in the room. She's being extra affectionate
Listen,
now, but
honestly,
can't
foot
shake
jobs
what's
are
happened.
easier the bigger it
I thought
is.
twice about their friendship, but now I'm seeing past interactions differently. I love my wife. She and our son mean
Shane,
the
you're
world to
working?
me.
Well, here.
I've been committed to working on our marriage.
Yeah,
but
love
I'm at a
me.
loss here. I feel my wife isn't being honest and is attempting to rug sweep by pouring
Whore.
on affection. I'm
Whore.
left reconsidering everything. I don't know how to navigate forward. I need outside perspectives.
She definitely
Top
up to
commenter on
some
this one
shit.
said, definitely need to save conversations on this for your counseling sessions. I highly recommend using
Yeah.
a therapist certified in the Gottman method. Scott Owen says, and the way the wife responds to him telling the counselor will say a lot about where she is in all of this, and whether she's taking it seriously or just going through the motions.
Yeah.
Mama 2 Grace says, okay, if this happened with my partner, the first place my head would go immediately would be he's having an affair.
Yeah.
But being on the outside, even though an affair is still on my list of possibilities,
I would
don't
think it's an
affair is the
affair.
only logical answer. My other logical conclusion isn't very pretty either, though. But it's
Yes,
happened that
give
people
me
are
some.
fantasizing about someone else.
I need.
So she may just have the hots for this dude, and thinking of him.
Oh, yeah,
gets
we
her
don't have any
going, and
mushrooms yet.
She was just so in her own head picturing him that she got lost in her own moments and it slipped out. For me, this option would still be grounds for me
Sure.
to take a step back and question a lot. Even thinking of my partner fantasizing about a friend or having sex with me makes me want to throw up. So I 100% can understand why this has messed you up so bad. I don't think any response is going to make you feel better, honestly. It
Yeah.
happened. That's going to be a hard one to forget.
She's
Man,
kind
I
of
wish I
too
had
sus for
advice,
that.
but knowing how it'd make me feel, I got nothing. I believe will make this feel any better for you. Would absolutely check your
His
phone records to
chickens,
see
he's
if they're
supporting his
communicating more than they
chickens.
should be. That would definitely be my first move. Sheepskin says Reddit is bananas. There was a post here the other day by a guy who fantasized about another woman while having sex with his wife, and it was the best sex they had ever had. He was racked with guilt and was asking if he should confess. Tons of commenters saying that they've done it. It's not a big deal. It's just a fantasy. Don't
No.
borrow trouble by telling the wife, etc. I'm
No.
not saying that to convince you to react one way or another. How you feel is how you feel.
Oh, that's
but
where
I
I
do
put
say
the
to caution you
tools.
against taking advice from Reddit, because what you'll get tends to be completely arbitrary. And many commenters are influenced by what they read from others, and it snowballs. You're already in counseling with your wife. Take this there and ignore whatever you read from people who say, it's no big deal, I fantasize about someone else every time I have sex with my partner.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Man, I could never get past this. She clearly wants that guy and it's only a matter of time.
I think I'd be happy with 6, honestly.
We don't have the
6 is more than enough. I think if I had more than that, it'd be too big almost.
And obviously that last commenter was pretty much
I don't know which one of these actually.
You know, the way I felt during it, the rug sweeping in itself, and not acknowledging how hurt he was just madness to me. It was like, first she denied it, like, oh, it meant absolutely nothing. Then it was making excuses, was just replying to his text and getting defensive. You're making something out of nothing, and then just trying to, you know, sexually initiate again after knowing he's hurt. It did feel very manipulative to me.
Yeah, it's super manipulative.
If I was to say that that wouldn't hurt me, because it would. But OP comes in with her update and says, thanks to everyone who reached out.
She's weird as fuck.
27 male couldn't reply to everything, but the outside perspective.
Hi, 27 male.
The general consensus was that my wife, 27 female, and I's issue should be tackled in therapy.
Yeah, definitely a therapy situation.
I was too embarrassed. The thought of bringing up what happened in counseling made it worse, but I knew it needed to be done. My wife didn't initially take kindly to it. She was defensive and accused me of throwing her under the bus. I disagreed.
Honestly, my fiance needs to share.
The truth is, we never arranged topics in therapy beforehand.
His is more than big enough for us to both have
came
some.
Through as a referee. She called for a timeout for us to recollect and reflect on the objective being working towards a solution, not going at each other. We were able to actually talk once things cooled down. My wife was asked how she would feel if the roles were reversed. She admitted if I said another woman's name while we were having sex and on our anniversary, she wouldn't have handled it well at all. She apologized for downplaying my feelings.
Yeah, it's almost
I appreciated her acknowledgement. I still thought she wasn't honest about why she said the guy's name. So I pressed. She said she didn't want to hurt me more than she already did. I told her she was hurting me by lying. She confessed that during a stint where we weren't having sex, she engaged in fantasies to satisfy herself.
Oh, okay.
One of them was our friend.
Fantasies.
I knew the stint she was talking about. Intimacy as a whole had
Thought she was gonna say she cheated.
There was a point where we were at
nice, we leveled up combat.
We weren't even sharing a bed at the time. We'd argue, then leave to separate rooms. Or our son, 3 male, would share the bed with us. I asked how long she'd been fantasizing about him. She said off and on. It wasn't a constant fantasy. It wasn't necessarily about him, but more about the taboo. She swore that the fantasies meant nothing. They were just scenarios to get her there and nothing she would ever actually want. It was tough, but I tried hearing her out instead of shutting down. Arguing wasn't getting us anywhere either.
That's crazy.
I can't relate to her about this. She's always been good enough for me during good and bad times. I was always focused on her during intimacy.
Nice. Leveled the fuck up.
While
God
I knew
damn.
our marriage wasn't perfect,
God damn.
I thought we're getting to a better place, and we were engaging in various
yes, remeasure for us.
She claims she doesn't indulge the fantasies anymore. I called bull because she did that on her anniversary of all days.
Yeah.
She insisted his name was only a slip of the tongue because she was replying to his text in the group thread that day. She said she was consumed with what I was doing to her.
You were literally talking to him?
His name slipped out.
Uh-uh.
When I asked why she didn't tell me all of this after the incident, she said she felt guilty and afraid for our marriage. She said our marriage was already in a state of recovery, and she didn't want to blow everything up over a stupid mistake.
Girl.
She kept saying she doesn't want him or anyone else. She only wants to be with me, and that's the whole reason why she's fighting for our marriage. The session was a lot. I was mostly quiet after she finished. She asked me to please say something, but all I could say was I needed some time. I'm still sorting through how I feel. I believe she was more truthful, but it's difficult.
I'm so sour.
Between her and our friend the same. I would like to work on my marriage. My wife and our son mean the world to me. I want the best solution for everyone involved. Thank you again to everyone, and I appreciate the support. The top commenter came from Art Needs More Floof, who said, I think the next thing you need to do is schedule another therapy session and discuss tools for rebuilding trust. At this point, you bring up your trust was shook because she kept trickle-truthing, and how can you know she isn't hiding more from you? That you don't want to distrust her, but you don't know how to rebuild. Allow me to be blunt about some uncomfortable truths. Everyone fantasizes. It is if and how we act on our fantasies, and if we allow our fantasies to impact our real life, that matters. Keep your focus on her behavior, not her fantasies. Trust is similar to reputation, in that once it is broken, it is hard to rebuild, but it can be rebuilt. Trust is always a leap of faith. It is built on the
For me, trust could not be rebuilt.
behavior, but at its heart, it's a leap of faith.
I'm so sour.
The little voices in your head, OP, the ones going, but what if she's secretly in love with Friend? But what if she thinks he's a sex enemy, etc.? Yes, those voices, nothing your wife can say or do will be able to silence those voices. That is a battle for you, and you alone. You need to figure out how to self-soothe those voices. Britt Russell says, well, that's the problem with trickle-truthing. There's no way to know when she stops trickling, and when she's telling the truth. And Dan the Pepperman says, I didn't do it. I did, but it was just a fantasy. I don't fantasize anymore. I do fantasize, but it doesn't mean I want him. I want him, but won't do anything. We did something on our struggle time, but it was just hanging out. And so on. And there was a lot of doubt in the comments about her side of things and just not believing her. And I say it a lot in these stories, but
that's
like
pretty big. That's pretty good.
I don't know. I think
you should take pictures
really
with the ruler. Those are always good.
It can't be done, but I'm just saying for myself, you know, it's hard to unsee or unhear what was said in this situation.
Why don't I have any crates?
What do you guys make of this one? Put yourself in OP's shoes. How would you feel about it? How would you deal with it? Could you move past it? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to
I'd have a hard time moving past that.
Now, before we do get into the next story, there is a trigger warning on it of child death. So if you do want to skip it, please feel free to do so. Timestamps are always down in the description and along the timeline below.
No?
Thank you. This story is from the Today I Fucked Up subreddit from Physical Device 1396, and it says, Today I fucked up by calling a family's recently deceased son a fucking moron. It starts. I didn't realize how long this story is until I typed it out, so sorry for the long read. For context, I'm a mailman who works out of the Midwest. And I have to tell my fellow carriers that in this area, and the past 3 months have been rough. Not only has my city had snowed for 3 weeks straight now, the Christmas package volume hasn't gone down very much. I've been working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday for these 3 months, just to keep my head up with the volume. It's also been very cold, and all around I've been extremely stressed out and tired. Well, yesterday was no different, as I was told first thing in the morning that I had 2 routes I had to get done on my own, plus any extra packages when I got back. Not only that, but my ProMaster, a bigger mail truck, had been taken on Sunday for maintenance, and I had to take a much smaller Metris car. This means I have much less space for all the mail and packages.
Missing out on those OnlyFans side bucks you could be making.
Dusting on the road will result in you getting stuck. So I was already tired and very frustrated. Fast forward to halfway through my day, and I'm delivering packages to a nicer neighborhood. I see the house that I'm dropping a package at doesn't have any open spots to park on the street, except for in front of their neighbor's fairly long driveway. It's not uncommon for us carriers to block a driveway for a minute just to drop off a package, so I don't think anything of it. Well, I couldn't see the end of the driveway due to the other cars, and as I turned to park, I realized that at the end of their driveway is a pretty large pile of snow. I tried to brake and turn, but it was too late. I land right in the middle of this snow pile, completely stuck.
Okay.
I try in vain to get myself out, but for safety reasons, we aren't allowed to dig ourselves out. So I have to call the office to get a tow truck, which I'm told might take an hour to get there. This means I'll have to stay an extra hour to get the rest of the packages delivered. Pretty obviously, I'm absolutely livid at this point, cursing up a storm in my car. Well, down the driveway comes a man who doesn't look very happy. He throws up his arms in that "what the fuck you doing" pose, which just makes me more mad. I get out and snap at him, "Can I help you?" And he snaps back at me with a "what are you doing blocking my driveway?" And this is where I fucked up. I'm usually very calm and polite with customers, no matter how rude they are to me. But today, I just couldn't control myself. And I say, well, it looks like someone was too lazy to shovel the snow on their driveway into their yard, and instead piled it in the street. The man gets red in the face and looks like he's gonna scream at me, but takes a deep breath and says, "My son shoveled this for me. Without even thinking about it, respond, well, your son is a fucking moron.
Oh no.
I again expect him to yell at me, which in hindsight is exactly what I wanted him to do. Instead, he stumbles back like I struck him, and I see tears start to pour from his eyes. He immediately turns and half runs up the driveway, and I can see he's sobbing. I instantly feel confused and extremely guilty because, mailman or not, there was no reason for me to speak to him that way.
Yeah.
So very quickly, I follow
There
up the
wasn't.
driveway, where I see their cars parked. On both sides of the back windshield is a sticker of a boy, with text on top and bottom that say, using fake name, "Rest in peace, Riley. We miss you. 2008 to 2025.
Oof, brother.
I feel like I was slapped in the face. Their child had passed 2 weeks
Lesson
ago.
learned the hard
I walk
way.
to their door in a daze and knock. Both parents answer, a mix of fury and anguish on their faces. That's when the stress and exhaustion from the past 3 months and the intense guilt I was feeling hit me like a brick wall. I dropped to my knees and began to cry, trying to tell them I was sorry in between sobs. To my astonishment, both parents dropped next to me, wrapped me in a hug and started to cry with me. We stayed like that for a few minutes until I got my crying under control, and I told them why I was so angry and how sorry I was. The dad put his hand on my shoulder and told me he forgave me, which brought on more tears. We introduced ourselves and talked for a bit, but eventually had to go wait for the tow truck in my car.
Oh my god.
As I was waiting, they both came out with winter gear and snow shovels. They were offering to dig me out, which I vehemently refused. I told them I didn't deserve all their help, but the mother told me, I cleaned up my son's messes for 16 years because I'm his mother. That doesn't stop just because he's passed, which caused me to cry even more. They eventually got me out, and I exchanged phone numbers with them and told them I'd invite them over for dinner later this week.
That's
They
cute.
accepted, and now my wife are going to cook them a veritable feast this coming Saturday. Oh,
Sweet story.
Ninjas are around again. And this is just one of those stories for me where it's just humans being human. No, you know, we have our emotions, and sometimes they get the better of us, whether they're good or bad or whatever. And there was a lot of compassion from both sides here. Ropey recognizing how he'd upset this person, following him up the driveway, apologizing to them, and then being forgiving, and then coming out to help him. Oh, don't get me started. I can feel myself welling up again. But the top commenter said on the back of this one, a mistake done when in a stress day pales in comparison to the immensity of your soul in being able to sympathize and share your heart with them. You're a good and kind person, OP. Not everyone would
Lesson
think about
learned the hard way, OP.
You done good in the end, and that is what matters. So, about a week or so later, OP did update the post and said, first things first. I'd like to say thank you to everyone who posted
honestly,
the original post.
Fancy's pretty fun.
Responding to any comments.
And if you're just using it passively, and you already have stuff to post, it's pretty easy and hands-off.
In the first place, but a friend of mine told me about this sub and told me people would love to hear the story. I'll be more active on the post. Now, out for an actual update.
But have fun.
The parents did have dinner with my wife and I last night, and they're absolutely wonderful people. They, 40 and 42, are quite a bit older than my wife, 28, and I, 27. But that didn't matter in the slightest. We had my family's famous goulash with a very nice bottle of wine they brought with them, and talked almost the whole night.
Oh, the milk, actually. The milk we can donate.
About the post, and they were a bit apprehensive at first. But once I read some of the wonderful comments you all had wrote, I did not read them the absolutely disgusting comments some people left.
This one too.
They felt absolutely blessed that so many were supportive of their family and our new friendship. The father did have something he wanted me to include in this update. Before he had a son, he was a lot like me. Very quick to anger, prone to flying off the handle if he was having a bad day. When he had his son, he got a bit better, but he was still an angry person overall. When his son died, he had an absolute meltdown and said some very hurtful things to family members who were trying to be supportive. He's going to feel guilty about that forever.
Yes, there is a massive market for it.
He would keep his anger under control. Well then, along comes me. His first real test of his new
It seems like every femboy has just a massive dick for some reason.
To the promise he made him. He encourages everyone to do the same.
Meanwhile, I'm suffering over here. Y'all gotta share.
As none of us truly know what battles everyone around us is fighting. Some of the comments on that one says, this is the most beautiful update to a
could have gotten the hot pepper
I've ever seen on here. I'm glad that the moment of anger turned into
It
something
has to be
beautiful.
a large milk, are you
I'm
kidding
not a
me?
believer in fate or what have you, but if there ever was a case to be made for, some things really do happen for a reason.
No,
It's
not
this.
the large milk.
Thank you for
Fucking
updating.
hell.
I've been thinking about that post, and it's amazing to see that you've connected like this and forged a friendship. My faith in the kindness of humanity has been restored on this one. Opie says thank you so much. I'm also not a huge believer
Alex should
in
like
fate,
milk.
but I'm definitely having some second thoughts as well. Commenter says, I'm just so
God damn
glad
it.
there was room for expansion, forgiveness, healing, and connection. I empathized. My favorite sin? With so many aspects of both sides of the original post.
Thank you.
You and the
I feel like
dad,
spiritually
the
it's
anger,
very
having
big.
to choke down the ship we're being handed, the weight of grief, etc. What a light to shine on the human condition and how it can triumph. I love this for all
You know
of
what?
you.
We're
Exes,
cheating.
thank you.
We can
The whole
we can
experience is gonna remain at the forefront of my
warp.
mind all the rest of
Yeah,
my life.
that's
I
right.
hope to continue spreading compassion
forgot that we were
everywhere I
cheating.
go. And one more comment who says this is amazing, and I'm so happy for all involved. Also,
Sad.
can you share the goulash recipe, or is it a family secret?
Fucking
And Opie
milk.
responds saying,
And then
"Thank
that
you."
one's not
And I'm sorry to
unlocked
say,
yet,
it is a
unfortunately.
family secret. It's much too powerful to be shared with the world.
It's too powerful.
Let's not read another story and taint it.
Okay.
But what do you guys make of this situation? Like Opie said, it's always interesting because you never know what someone's going through. Sure, it's not an excuse to be an arse to one another, etc., etc., but sometimes we are human, and, you know, the way that Opie went to apologize for what happened and the way they made a connection because of it is something really special. But what do you guys make of this one? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below.
That's what I was gonna grab.
And just a huge thank you for being here today, getting involved in the stories, your love, your support, your time. It always means the absolute world to me. So
Don't
thank
mind
you so
if
much.
I
And
do.
hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. Take care. And much love.
Ah, I didn't mean to click that. Stop. What game is this? It's Stardew Valley. I'm also legally blind, I feel you. I don't play any competitive games. I just like playing sandbox games for the most part. And if I'm not playing a sandbox game, I'm definitely still going to be, shit, I don't have money. I'm definitely still gonna be, playing a single player game for the most part. Okay, that was enough. I need to upgrade my tool and I'm poor. Oh, I didn't need that much. I thought it was 5,000. That's how much it is for silver. Whoops. Nice. Oh, goddamn, my back is sore. Fuck. Professional Minecrafter. This is true. I'm so good at Minecraft. I definitely don't hide through the night. Definitely don't do that. Who would do that? Not me. Let's donate this shit. And maybe unlock more stuff in here, hopefully. Alright, 2 of those. And we'll do the gold one. Yeah, that's fair. See, my OCD plays in perfectly for sandbox games because I can just play them for hours. I completely lose track of time. It's a problem, actually. I just realized it's in this one, not the other one. So actually, we do have it. Fuck. Should have brought that with us. It's fine. There it is. Oh my god. Yay! That was me stretching. That's, yeah. Listen. It's not my fault. I stretch. I make noises. It just happens. Okay? Yes, finally opened that up. Okay, back to the farm. Because we need to grab more stuff that I forgot. Does any of this need to be donated? No. Do any of you? And you? And you? And you? And you? And you? And you? My god, there's so many. You? One of you? One of you? And I don't have enough of that yet. God damn, I didn't realize how much we had to donate. Didn't I just donate those? What do you mean? What would that need to go in? It's not in the fish tank. It's not here. What the fuck? None of this. I'm so confused. I don't need what. None of that needs to go into the. Why is it broken? Why? Any of this shit? You. Confusing. You. Is it one of you? I think I don't have enough of that yet. I'm just making him sit under me the whole time. Imagine. It is modded Stardew. If you want to see which mods I'm using, they're linked below. I have so many. I have so many. I did color code it, sort of. I tried to. Okay, all of those are me. I think I have everything that we have to donate right now. Okay. Can we warp to a community center? Yes. Haha. Honestly, almost took him out this morning. He was helping me wake up, and it was exhausting. Okay. Yes, we did that one. We finished it. We got the crab pots. Let's go. Finally. Ooh. We just need the sturgeon. We're almost. Damn, we made good progress, honestly. Okay, chat, you decide. Do we cheat and just unlock this one? Or not? Do we make off with a heist or not? Use the farm animal ID cheat? I don't need to do that. Look, check this out. Check it. Wait, this one. I wanted the fish. Boop. Big heist. I know. I have great mods installed. That's the best one though. If you don't have any mods, at least install the item spawner. The item spawner is unmatched. Also the cheat menu. This cheat menu along with the item spawner are the best. Okay, criminal is winning. You fell back asleep? Honestly, that was almost me. That was almost me the other day. This morning I woke and then I had then I had gum leaking out of me for like an hour because I didn't want to shower afterwards. I wanted to wait till after I filmed to shower, because like I was gonna get recovered. My feet were gonna just get recovered anyway during filming, so I was like, I'm just gonna wait. Yeah. Yeah, but no, it's crazy that porn pays well. Or, you know, sex work. I would hope it would pay well. I feel like if it's not paying well, then maybe not the best choice. But oh shit, I forgot to grab the cave carrot. You know what, fuck this. I'm not going back. I'm not doing this again. We're cheating the cave carrot and okay. But you guys want to be criminal? We'll just finish. There we go. Alright. We will cheat. We will steal bank heist. Steal it from... We're gonna crack into the safe, okay? And then... Move. And then... and then... See? Look, we already broke in. Boom. We can... Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Wait, what's happening? Wait. What is happening? What am I doing? No, I need... Oh my god, what's happening? Oh no, what's that? Oh, not that much. I'm not that rich yet. 10,000, okay. Jesus Christ, these are so expensive. Yeah, if it's not paying well, then either you're not advertising correctly or you need to step up your game, I fear. What? No, I didn't make that much money. What are you talking about? God, dude, we still need more. Jesus, okay. I'm trying to not give myself more than that amount. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Jesus Christ. The bus! We get the bus now! We finally get the... Ooh, and we get a crystallarium. Don't mind if I have one of those. Right? Like, why is she the bus driver of every person? Look how cute it is! Ugh, they fixed the safe, assholes. I was doing things with that. Yay, our first star! Our first one. Don't tell Lewis that we cheated. True, Jeffu. We're actually making her no longer an alcoholic because we gave her drawback. Oh, look, it's sour. Eating sour candy and moaning. Write that down as a video idea. Oh my god, bro. That got me. That got me good. Okay, found another one. It's our relationships. So this is Valentine's Day, right? It's relationships.
Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark, and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories. And if you do love a Reddit story, why not consider and like, subscribe, maybe that notification
Except,
bell
wait,
too.
before we listen to this, I'm gonna go sneak into the other room and get high, and then I will be funnier. No, I won't. I'll just be more confused. Be right back. Also, I'm gonna grab a little more juice because I'm almost out. I'll be right back. Eat a sour candy at the same time I say good job? Wait. Okay. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job! That one, like, hit the back of my tongue. Fuck. God damn it, Gene. Okay, now I'm gonna go grab more drink. Is my mouth turning black? It is. Because the candy's black. Oh, fuck. Okay, now I'll be right back. Okay, back. Oh, had to reload the bowl and then had to I had to unbury the fucking juice. Anyway.
Let's crack on with today's first
I'm
story.
back. Hi.
Much love, guys. Now,
I'm
today's
definitely
first
high
story
now.
comes from IRSW from the Relationship Advice subreddit, and it says, "My boyfriend, 24 male, threatened to
Bro,
break up
what
with
the
me
heck?
over
What?
Miss Dior, and now
Which,
won't
that's-
talk to me, 22 female, because I laughed." Hi guys, my boyfriend, 24 male, and me,
wow.
22 female, have been together for almost 2 years now. Aside from some small bumps in the road, we've been in a very good place throughout the whole relationship. However, last night's things escalated over, in my opinion, something super dumb.
It's weird. I feel like people have
He
gotten
thinks
less
differently of
homophobic
that,
in real
and now
life
stopped
and
talking
more
to me.
homophobic
It started
online.
when we were on bed. When we were on the bed, and he was gaming and I was on my laptop looking to order a new perfume. Since I stopped my job to focus on studying, I don't have much of an income. So I decided not to get an expensive perfume. I usually go for
Not
Miss
shit.
Dior. I thought
Oh,
it'd
wait,
be
I wanna
better
put
to find
crab
a body
pots.
spray with a resembling scent. As he was looking
Crab
over my
pot,
shoulder,
crab pot,
he asked
crab
what I was
pot.
doing. So I explained. He then reacted saying I wore Miss
Do I have to
Dior
put
in our
bait
first
in it?
period of dating, and it is my smell. And it was one of the things that attracted
Miss
him to
Dior
me.
is like a really
I must
basic
admit, this made me
perfume.
a bit annoyed because I'd rather
That's
get
what
that
I wear
perfume
sometimes too.
But it's just not responsible to do so right now. He started rambling on about how I care more about saving money than I care about him. I
Girl,
said that's
you
not
buy
true.
it.
But
What the
then he
hell?
kept saying his hypersensitivity issues can't deal with adjusting to a new scent.
Is it under
I
this?
said
Where are
I'd
the
find a
crab
scent similar to my
pots?
old one, but he wasn't content.
Oh
At
wait,
this
no, I need
point, he
bait.
said
That's what I
he'd
need.
have to break up with me if I would go for another scent. I found this hilarious and thought he surely must be joking, so I laughed, which made him go silent. I let him be because I was really annoyed, and he went to sleep. Now he left early morning, doesn't respond to my texts or calls, and I have no idea what to do. I'm starting to doubt how I handled the
What the hell?
situation. Did I fail
What
him
is his
by not taking his
problem?
hypersensitivity into account? For me, this came across as particularly manipulative behavior. I mean,
That is so
he watched his
weird.
girlfriend trying to be financially responsible while she was studying.
Why
And
does
instead
he
of offering
care?
to help buy the perfume if it meant
Thank
that
you.
much to him, he threatened to end a 2-year relationship if she didn't spend the money that she doesn't have on an
Half.
expensive
Jesus,
perfume.
hi,
And let's
Sebastian.
face it, it's an expensive perfume. I mean, I just
Bro
did a quick
scared the
Google
shit
and it
out of
says
me.
£88, and that's for the smaller bottle. And now he's giving you the silent treatment after you laughed. Frankly, it's
Ooh, I should
absurd,
give something to the
ultimatum.
wizard, 'cause
And I'm
that's
not
who I
saying,
actually
you
wanna
know, there's
romance.
no sensory issues there. There could be, but he has the choice to have an adult conversation with OP to come
I
up with a
almost got
solution.
Max.
OP would love that perfume. They just can't afford it right now. The easiest option is that he can contribute or buy it. Not
Yeah, why
tell her
doesn't
that,
he
you
buy
know,
it?
We're gonna break up unless you buy that one. But MC Susie says, I'm concerned that you're even asking this question. This boyfriend of yours tried to assert that you must stick with a Dior perfume and never
Yep.
once offered to buy it. What is wrong with him? In any case, his reaction to your perfume choice is very strange. What are you asking us if you did something wrong? Shelby the turd says,
Did they
"Lol,
actually remove
threatening
it?
to end the relationship
Bro.
because you don't stick to the brand of perfume he likes. Say that aloud. He's holding the relationship hostage because you didn't smell a certain way. Auntie Venom says, he started rambling on how I care more about saving money than I care about him, and then says that he offered to buy it for you. This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Sorry. If you're in the saving money mode, you're going to pull back on admittedly frivolous purchases. And any regular partner with their head on straight would be glad they had a frugal partner when circumstances demand. He wants you to overspend in order to satisfy his pants feelings. So, OP comes in
His
with an
pants
update and says,
feelings?
wow, first of all, thanks everyone who gave me advice and some tough love.
From the
I did not
website,
expect so many
okay.
of you to help me, and definitely teared up at some of your replies. After I posted this, I was a bit of a mess. But after hours of ignoring me, he texted me in the late evening and asked me to meet up, because he does not want us to be in a bad place. I really wanted to talk to him, at least to clear things up, so I went to his place. When I got there, he acted
don't know
a
if you
bit
can clear it
disappointed
up. He
still,
seems
but He did
unhinged.
say he didn't want us to fight. I felt the same, but also took your advice to heart.
OP just
The
wants to
idea of
steal the
letting
perfume for
him
himself.
buy a bottle. However, for some context, I do think he might be on the spectrum. No diagnosis, but
that
is
doesn't
too.
excuse
And it makes sense.
this.
So I did want to show him that I care about his hypersensitivity seriously. Therefore, I decided to suggest we pay half-half for a new Miss Dior. And then, until that one would be finished, I make sure to
Nice,
research
we
to
got
find
Max.
a really good dupe. He was not convinced. Told me it wasn't my birthday anytime soon. I explained that
And it's not
I understood, but
yours.
would have to both compromise. Well, to quote his
Ooh,
literal
nice.
words,
Oh, I already
if you're
know.
such a feminist, you should be so, financially too. This got me fuming. Had no words.
What the hell is wrong with
this
him?
time I left. As per your advice, in the replies, I did some thinking about the rest of our relationship. I realized other things in our relationship that at the time didn't sit quite right with me. Were situations of him being controlling and self-concerned. Situations I always concerned as little things he'd mean differently or would learn from. I was wrong. You were right. I asked him to meet up today, and I dumped his ass.
Good.
I feel terrible right now, but I know I'm better off. So anyone, advice for a cheap, nice body spray. And Opie replied to some comments on that one. Someone said that was a difficult decision, but the right one. I don't know where you live.
Why
but
don't
in
you
UK,
sell a magnet
Ireland,
ring?
Aldi does a great Miss Dior dupe on occasion. It's called Perfect Pink. Opie says, we do have an Aldi here, so I'm going to check it out. Thank you.
Ooh.
Another comment says, good for you. He sounded unreasonable. I would have said that he should pay the difference between the perfume. You would have bought in the perfume he
We're
wanted
so
you to
close
buy.
on cave
But
and
his comments
sex,
are so
bro.
out of line, it's not even worth thinking about anymore. Opie says, I didn't even think about this. It was
Dude, I
a
love
good
Old
reaction.
Spice.
Since he thinks I have to pay for everything because I'm a feminist.
The Old
I don't
Spice
think he would
swagger,
okay with that
I
either.
literally will just sit there and
Another comment
sniff
says,
the
I'm so
ball.
tired of
It's
people
so bad. I had to
weaponizing
get the body wash,
feminism.
but then it
Opie says
irritates the
this,
fuck out of
I
my
found it
skin, but
very
like it
hard to be
smells
mad
so
at him for long.
good.
But when he said this, I felt like he showed his true colors, and I was so done. Another commenter says,
Yeah,
what
he
did he say when
definitely
you broke
did.
up with him? Opie says,
Also,
"You
yay,
something
Miss
along the
Ron!
lines
Thank
of,
you! 42!
deserve
Oh,
better."
dude, I wish I
But after
could
that, he
smoke
did
in
text
here
me to
because
say
I would
sorry,
feel like I
and
should
we can
smoke
talk
for that,
again.
because 42,
So he's
but
not very consistent.
boo.
Another commenter says,
YouTube,
good on you
boo.
for throwing him out, OP. I'm glad you also got recommendations for a dupe perfume. Although maybe a change of fragrance may not be a bad idea, so
okay,
you
that
don't
goes
associate
there.
it with him. OP says, thank you a lot. I was thinking the same thing. I feel like it's a good time to reinvent myself, starting off with a new signature scent. Hee hee.
Hee hee.
Love a hee hee. And good on OP to get themselves out of that situation. Yeah, red flags were waving, right? But what do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the
Nice.
comments below, and let's move on to another story. Now our next story comes from the wedding drama subreddit from Tiny
This
Bird's
can
Nest,
go
who says,
here.
friend having wedding day
Actually-
before mine and kept relationship hidden for a whole year. What do I do?
Oops.
Apologies for the long post. So I'm getting married in a few weeks. About a month ago, one of my best friends
damn
who
it.
I've known since college and I've kept in regular contact with dropped the bomb that she was getting married. I didn't even know she was seeing anyone.
We'll put it
She
here.
then drops the bomb that she's marrying a guy in our friend group and that her wedding is going to have to be the
I
day
just need
before mine,
something right
because her
now.
father-in-law can't get time off work at any other time that month, and essentially gave a few other half-assed reasons
one's
about why
100
other weekends
each.
weren't possible. One weekend will be a few
150
days before her
each.
period starts, so she'll be bloated. The other, she's on her period. The other is Valentine's weekend, and that's cringy. The other is too close to
do
Ramadan,
this
so
one.
she can't go on a honeymoon straight away.
It's the best we got right now.
Some backstory about the person she's marrying. She is someone that we always thought she had a thing, but she'd always deny it and say she saw him like a brother. We used to argue a bit
Why do you
over her
care?
prioritizing him over me back in college, especially because this guy and I didn't really get on much, and her and I were so close. Example, me and her
Right.
had brunch plans once.
But
and
they're
she spent
getting
the whole time
married?
texting him.
So
After graduating, though, I feel like we all matured and put differences behind us, to the point where her husband-to-be was actually invited to my wedding as my friend.
okay.
My knee-jerk reaction to telling her that she was engaged was crying tears of joy for her. I was
Okay.
truly happy for her. But when I went home to think about it, I felt really icky.
Why?
All year I've been wedding planning. She'd been asking me really specific questions about my planning process. She complained to me that, as my best friend, she didn't feel involved enough in my planning process, and she wanted to come dress shopping with me, which I invited her to because of her expressing this. But then for her to turn around and tell me that she's been dating this guy on and off for a year, while also keeping it a secret, makes her feeling left out of my stuff come across as so hypocritical. And then there's the question of why the rush, since she's known him a decade? And why specifically my wedding weekend, when I sent out my save the dates back in March, so she's had much time to plan and leave some time in between. It's not about me not having all the attention on me.
I think really
It's
the
just
only
how
thing
can
was
she expect me
during the
to be
wedding
fully present
weekend,
at her
but
wedding? How selfish she must be to expect me to have to fit her into an already stressful weekend for me. When I told her this, she doubled down on that weekend being the only one available, and that she specifically chose that one because she knew I'd be available since I'd booked a few days off from work before the wedding, and that she needed me at her wedding.
No.
She said I would embarrass her around her future in-laws since she made such a point of needing to pick a date that I could attend. Even though I had no clue
I feel like
she
the
was
only
seeing
real
him,
issue
nor did she
is
check if the date
the
was a good fit for me. I then also expressed
day
upset
that
I
she's
was that she kept
choosing.
the relationship hidden from me. She said
Hi.
she thought I'd cut her off
Finally,
because of my
you're
history of not getting
here.
on
What are we
with this
doing?
guy.
Chat.
Again, we all moved past that stuff years ago, and are a far cry from the kids we were when we all met back in freshman year. When I told her I didn't think I could make a wedding, she was so upset she cried and said she never thought I'd do that to her and skip her wedding. She's been telling other friends in the friend group that I'm coming to the wedding when they've asked if that date is doable for me.
Girl, you should not have done
We haven't
that.
spoken since my conversation about how upset with her I was a month ago. I'm not trying to be a bridezilla, and I know people are entitled to be private. My issue is that she should have extended that privacy with me, and not
Your
asked so
choice
many
does
questions
matter.
about my life, knowing she was being so tight-lipped with hers. This is where I now need advice. I feel so bitter, like the whole friendship was a lie. I can't make it to a wedding, and honestly, having her at mine feels disingenuous. She's been telling friends she is still coming to mine. Is it rude for me not to go to her wedding? Should I go to her wedding since this is a decade-long friendship? Part of me wants to disinvite her and her husband from my wedding because of the lies. Is that rude? Is there a polite way to disinvite
matters,
someone
but,
from
like,
your wedding
either's a
without
good
coming
choice.
across like an absolute villain? Thank you for reading up to here if you have. Edits. I'm Middle Eastern, so traditionally we don't have bridesmaids or a rehearsal dinner. Also fixed some of the wording plus added some more detail. Now, it might not be this, but to me it just felt like she saw your wedding, she wants to get married before you, and that's simply it. And wanting to be more involved in all the planning, etc. She wanted your ideas. I was kind of thinking there's a chance here that your two weddings are going to be absolutely identical. You're going to be at the same venues, the same decorations, the same table layouts, the same everything, because she's taken all your ideas and then used them the day before. You know, that might be the extreme, but it kind of felt like it was going that way for me. But some comments with OP replying. Commenter said, when did this friend send out wedding invitations that you just found out and she's expecting you to attend? Sounds very last minute on her part. OP says, so from what I've heard from the grapevine, she's only just found a venue and no invitations have gone out yet. She's been insisting that officially the engagement and knowing they were getting married in November, which is why nothing has been booked. It all just seems so wishy-washy to me. Commenter says, I just have to add a totally instant gut reaction to the situation. Your friend was siphoning off all of your wedding planning to make hers easier. But I'm not the only one thinking that. She deliberately planned the day before yours to cover that fact up. Hers is the early wedding, therefore you copied her. In her mind anyway. I'm very sorry you're going through this, but this is not a friend. Grieve the loss of what you thought you had and move on with your life.
Come on, we need more votes.
Should you bother to attend her wedding?
I'll do a countdown.
She knows it is impossible for you to go the day before your own
10.
wedding. She planned that.
9.
Formally revoke her invitation to your
8.
wedding. Best of luck.
7.
Hugs from an internet nana.
6.
OP responds saying that's what I was thinking too. Before all of this, she kept on saying how easy wedding plans seemed to be going for me. It's not been easy at all. I'm just good at hiding it and very organized. And how I thought of things she would never have known was a thing. In terms of disinviting and the cultural impact, it's very split down the middle with opinions.
It's just really
So
sour,
I'm really
okay?
torn. Thank you for the hugs. I really appreciate it.
I feel you though.
This
Theaters
has
can be
really helped me feel
overwhelming.
Like I'm not being unreasonable or a
Ending.
bridezilla.
The bats have
Commenter says to
won.
OP, quite simply, she's a terrible friend. Here's the gist of what you wrote. 1, you guys are allegedly close, yet she didn't tell you about her year-long relationship. 2, she's chosen to inconvenience you in your own wedding weekend. Assumed you'd be available the day before your own wedding, after she hid her relationship from you. 3. She's lying to everyone about you attending her wedding. 4. She hasn't shared any details about her own wedding despite making you feel guilty about not including her in your own wedding planning. 5. You never even really liked her husband. If she thought you cut her off for dating this man, why would she think you'd be okay not cutting her off for marrying him? She seems the kind of friend who wants to know all of your business without sharing anything from her own life. Honestly, not the kind of company you'd want to keep. Yeah,
I don't care if people do that personally.
On the friends where she's lying to everyone about you attending her wedding. I found it pretty telling where she's been telling
some people just want to listen and don't want to share that much. That's fine.
Is that date doable for me? You know, the friends know that that's a huge ask, and I can only imagine them being shocked. Like, really? The day before her wedding? Lopi responded to that last comment saying heavy on the last point. I have so many friends who are private people and don't speak on many things until they're set in stone. At the same time, they follow an don't ask, don't tell policy, so it doesn't bother me at all. And I completely agree about the worry of me cutting her off. I said this to her and she really didn't have anything to say in response. I was over all of that stuff anyway.
Hey, we have our
I invited him
5.
to the wedding because I'd gotten over my dislike of him these last few years. But apparently she has selective memory
that one,
and
I
only wants to
guess.
believe the things that suit her narrative. Another
The
comment
rest
says,
can be
how would she know
donated.
got over your dislike of her fiance?
Boop.
Loopy says she should have known I moved past it because we all hang out as a group a few times a year, and her husband-to-be received an invite to my wedding. My issue is her getting upset with me for not being involved in my wedding planning,
Okay,
which comes
those
across
don't
as
need.
hypocritical. But you're right. I've learned I should be more tight-lipped about certain things now, I guess. Commodore says in reply, saying, so she told your friends about the wedding weeks ago. She's been telling other friends in the friend group that I'm coming to the wedding, and they've asked if that date is doable for me. And says, how long did she invite them? No one mentioned it to you. It is unreasonable for anyone to expect you to attend a wedding the day before yours, especially with only a few
Yeah,
weeks'
YouTube's
notice.
been doing that for me a few
Loopy
times
says
too.
she
It's
told
really
me
weird.
first, and then the rest of the friends in the days
Thankfully, it
after.
hasn't happened today
And
though.
so far, everyone has only received verbal invitations. Someone said, what kind of wedding is she planning? Is this like a courthouse wedding in the late morning followed by a nice lunch or a full-on catered event? The request is certainly presumptuous of her. So I'm just trying to understand all the details. Lopi says she's planning on having a religious ceremony and reception on the same day. So I have the same time frame as a Western and be typically an all-day thing, especially if you consider pictures between the ceremony and reception. Someone says, is this really happening? Did anyone confirm? Opie says friends have confirmed with the groom. The wedding is definitely happening. Someone said, is she pregnant? Opie says, definitely don't think she's pregnant. I know she's quite religious, but of course, that doesn't really mean it's not a possibility. Opie added one more thought and said, trust me, there are so many holes that I'm curious about too in her story, and a lot else that I didn't put in myself. In terms of how busy I'll be. The day before Opie's wedding, I'll be putting together my wedding favors with the girls in the family in the days leading up to the wedding. We'll be doing airport runs up to the day before, as a lot of family will be traveling in, some from 20 plus hours away. And we live close to 3 major airports, so it's all hands on deck.
I love sour candy, but
I was hoping I'll get a nice early night to relax for once,
tolerance.
because I've had such a busy year. I'll be combining my henna event with a reception on the day of the wedding because I've already had 2 events. I have a Western style bridal shower the weekend before,
strawberries.
so I wanted to cut down on events. So a month and a half after that post, Opie updates and says a few people in the original post were asking about rehearsal dinners and all of that stuff. I'm Middle Eastern and we don't really do that in our culture. Some people also said I needed to get over myself and that I don't own the whole weekend, which is true. I don't. My issue was the lying and also expectation of me to drive a total of 5 hours,
Get all
2.5 hours there and back, the day before my wedding.
Say hi to
attend
everybody.
another, and I had so many things to finalize. I also just needed to vent. Being lied to and having something that felt so calculated to happen in what I thought was one of my closest friendships is strange. Oh, I don't think it was a shotgun wedding, which a lot of people were suggesting. Anyway, I had my wedding. It was perfect, and I wouldn't change a thing. I didn't go to her wedding. I genuinely didn't have the time. I did see some posted videos of her wedding. She didn't copy mine, which a lot of people were worried about, considering she'd been asking me about all of my prep. I'd give her flowers, though. Her wedding was gorgeous, but definitely not a 2-month planned wedding like she was making it out it was to me. In the end, she ended up coming to my wedding about 3 hours late. I was too busy being in my own newly
Perfect.
married bubble to notice her or anything. But I did get feedback from people who were sat at her table. Like people said she would in my original post. She spent the whole time talking about her wedding. In our culture, the bride receives a heavy piece of gold jewelry at her wedding. She's made a show of having her new husband take her piece of jewelry out of her bag and putting it on her at the table just after my husband and I. It was so nice saying that. Did our outfit change? She was also showing off other pieces of jewelry she received, making a point to emphasize that she received real sapphires and real diamonds. Her and her husband also spent the whole time texting each other, which means they were probably saying not very nice things that they didn't want our mutual friends overhearing, and she would frequently turn to him and say, "Don't worry, we're leaving soon." They were also packing on the PDA with neck kisses. She also then cried to my mum and brother about how she doesn't understand why I've not been talking to her, and how I've been so cold to her. This wasn't true.
Where's the wizard?
I only told her how much her actions and lies had hurt me. And to be honest, she was the one who didn't respond to my last message. My mum, being the classic mum she is, brought her to me and tried to make us hug it out. We had this very awkward exchange caught on camera. My mum did tell my friend that she shouldn't have lied to me for a whole year though. So it's nice to know she had my back, even if she pulled a typical mum move trying to make everyone happy.
Let's go.
Our mutual friends are all on my side. No one really thinks she's in the right. Most of them didn't go to her wedding, with the invites being so last minute and her wedding being on a weekday. A lot of people couldn't get the time off for childcare. No one else knew about the wedding, which is crazy. I do believe that her truth is that she doesn't think she's done anything wrong, and she really does think that she considered me and my situation in her wedding planning. Unfortunately, I think it's one of those friendships where we no longer really align, and I've taken a step back and distanced myself from her. I do appreciate that she came to my wedding. However, I think she did it to make a point, more than out of the goodness of her heart, and respect for our friendship considering what she pulled. Absolutely, I'd be pulling myself out of that friendship. That is not a friendship. Friends don't treat you like that. And it just felt like she was trying to one-up you in this whole situation. The whole wedding, maybe she didn't copy you, but maybe she was trying to find ways to, again, one-up you during your wedding with the decorations, the setup of it all, or whatever. And then for me, what really sealed the deal on that is at your wedding, when she turned up, and then you said about the heavy piece of gold jewelry that you put on, that your husband puts on, and she did it just after you. She knew exactly what she was doing. There's no way you can sit there and think,
done better.
I'm just gonna put on my piece of gold jewelry now, right after the bride, and not think that you're doing something there. Absolutely wild and weird behavior.
Yeah, a weekday wedding usually is hard.
I wouldn't want to be a part of it either. But what do you guys make of this situation?
Unless it's a Friday.
Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below.
Then maybe.
And just a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting involved in today's stories. Your
Let's
love,
go.
your support, your time. It always means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much.
I won. All the mobs are listed below. Yes, they are very good. I think the wizards is, it's not the romanceable, it's the wizard's sprites. It's the sprites, that's what you want. It's not as easy if you want to change the sprites and stuff. It's not quite as simple as doing the, actually before I sleep. It's not quite as simple. Oh, hello. This cutscene. But yes. It's a little more complicated. You don't just drop it in your mods folder. You have to go in and literally replace the sprites. But it's not that much harder if you're used to doing modding. It's pretty easy. Alright. I did. Yeah, it's totally raccoons. Don't worry, I'm not a snitch. Oh, we got another good one, and it's about a wedding, so here we go. Let me
Hey,
make...
Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well.
By the way, stream will go for like another hour, and then I have to get ready for the late night stream.
Why not consider and like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too, you bloody cheeky so-and-so. And let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now this story comes from Aggressive Test 9184.
I don't ditch the trash always. Just every day, every trash can. It's not my fault. People be throwing a good shit away.
A few months ago, my sister, let's call her Jane, got engaged and started planning her wedding. Jane is 37 years old. Growing up, we were
Alright,
always
chat.
close.
It's a tough
sharing
choice.
secrets
Which
and
one do you
supporting
think?
Each other through life's ups and downs. However, Jane has always had a tendency to be backhanded and passive-aggressive.
Are we a Trump supporter?
She makes snide remarks under the guise of concern and often finds subtle ways to belittle me or others.
Yes, it's illegal.
Despite this, I, 34 female, always tried to maintain a good relationship with her, believing that
feel
deep
like-
down she cared for me. This all
Obviously.
came to a head during a recent family gathering at Jane's house.
Do we play it like how
My
we
son,
actually answer,
Liam,
or
who
do we
is
be
7
a
years
dick?
old, has a bladder issue that sometimes causes him to have accidents.
Rough
We've
kid.
been working with doctors and trying our best to manage it, but it's a sensitive topic for him. During the gathering, Liam had an accident. He was embarrassed, and I was in the process of helping him clean up when Jane noticed. Instead of being understanding or discreet, Jane loudly pointed it out in front of everyone. She said things like, "How disgusting, and at his age, this is unacceptable." She even went as far as to say that Liam should be ashamed of himself and criticize me for
I'm not a
getting him
monster.
under
I'm
control.
always nice to
Her
Linus.
comments made Liam burst into tears, and I quickly took him home to comfort him. As I was gathering our things to leave, Jane came over, still clearly upset. She asked me why I was leaving. I looked at her, trying to keep my voice calm for Liam's sake. "Jane, I think it's best if we go home. Liam is very upset right now." Jane rolled her eyes
What
at
is
me.
wrong with her?
"Come on, it's just an accident. He needs to learn how to handle these things
That's
better.
not...
You can't just
what's
call
happening.
him forever." My patience was wearing thin, but I tried to explain
Does she know it's a
again.
condition?
"Jane, Liam has a medical condition. We're working with doctors, and it's a sensitive issue for him. Your comments just now were really hurtful." She said, "I was just telling the truth. He needs to toughen up. You're
Except
doing
it's
him any
not,
favors
because
by
that's not the
babying him."
truth.
At this point, I was furious, but I didn't want to escalate the situation in front of Liam. I took a deep breath and said,
Hey, Baba.
"We'll talk about this later, Jane. Right now, I need to take care of my son." Without waiting
Right,
for a response,
Jeffu?
I gathered Liam and headed to the car. On the drive home, I couldn't shake the image of Jane's face in her harsh words. This wasn't the first time she had made Liam feel bad about his condition. Each time I'd hoped
So
she would
nice.
understand and show some empathy, but it seemed like she was only getting worse. The next day, I called Jane to talk about what had happened. This conversation is from what I can remember.
What's
I just
wrong
wanted to
with her?
explain again, away from the heat of the moment, and hope she would see reason. "Jane, about yesterday, I need you to understand how much your words hurt Liam. He's already struggling, and your comments made him feel even worse." Instead of apologizing, Jane was very defensive. "I'm not going to
Hi,
apologize
Libby.
for telling the truth. You need to stop coddling him, and he needs to learn to deal with the real world." Her response was like
Buddy.
a punch to the gut. I'd hoped for some empathy, some understanding, but it was clear she wasn't going to give it.
There it is.
"Jane, I don't think you understand how serious this is. It's a medical condition. It's not something he can just toughen up from." She told me, "Look, I have a wedding to plan. I don't have time for this drama." When Jane's wedding
The
invitations
fuck?
went out, I received one, but I felt conflicted. On one hand,
Don't even
she's
feel
my sister,
conflicted,
and it's
honestly.
a significant event in her life. On the other hand, I couldn't forget how she humiliated my son and her refusal to apologize. After much thought, I decided to decline the
We
invitation.
have a lap.
I didn't feel comfortable celebrating
For as long
with
as he's
someone
not
who'd been
annoying
so
about it.
cruel to my child. When Jane found out, she was livid. She accused me of trying to ruin her special day and called me petty and overdramatic.
Girl.
Some family members sided with her,
What
saying
the
I should
fuck?
let her go for the sake of
Yes, finally.
Say it with me, folks.
Hey, Bobby.
Family harmony.
But
Well, others understood
family.
my decision and supported me.
How is it gonna
This
be
wasn't
sunny
the first
today?
time
It better be
Jane
fucking
had
raining right
done
now.
something like this. She has a history
Seriously?
of making hurtful comments about Liam's condition and generally lacks sensitivity when it comes to
Oh.
medical issues.
VDay
Each time I've
Festival.
tried to address it calmly,
The Calico
hoping she would
Festival. Oh my
eventually
god.
understand and be
Because
more
we have it open
considerate.
already.
Unfortunately, she never changes,
Wait.
and her behavior continues to hurt my son. Jane
Okay,
has been
hold
blowing
up.
at my phone, including other family members. Now I'm left questioning if I'm the arsehole for refusing to go to my sister's wedding.
Oops, I
don't want
didn't.
to cause family drama, but I
I
also
forgot
feel
to
strongly about
replant
standing up
stuff.
for my son. This wedding is just the latest incident in a long line of hurtful behavior from
Whoops.
Jane, and I'm not sure how much more I can take.
I knew I was
So,
forgetting something.
Am I the arsehole for refusing to go to my sister's wedding after she publicly humiliated my son? Maybe I
No.
didn't let it up without saying there's an update on my page,
Fuck
which
that
we'll
bitch.
cover in a second. For me, and it's
Okay.
going to be one of those ones, and I'm sure the comments are going to cover it, that you're going to be creeping in or stepping into arsehole territory right now for even having her around your son at this point. She's doing him nothing but damage, especially
Summer,
as she has a past
spring.
history of this. This isn't about a single incident at a family gathering. It's about an
Yup.
adult, a grown adult woman repeatedly humiliating and bullying a 7-year-old child over a medical condition. The aunt isn't just being
Like, that's
insensitive.
unhinged.
She's being a complete and utter dickhead. She's actively traumatizing a 7-year-old child. I feel for that kid so much. Already struggling, already embarrassed about it, probably already hugely anxious about it.
What, you want down
Then
already?
having this grown woman
Fine.
makes me sick. Saying how disgusting to a child. Having a medical episode. It's not tough love, it's not telling the truth.
Yeah,
it's
like-
emotional abuse. Simple as that. And of course, we get the
Something
classic, let it go
lacking
for
within
family
her,
harmony.
honestly.
No, fuck that shit. She needs to be told. That's a 7-year-old child. That's
Ooh,
already
ideas to
struggling.
sleep on.
Unreal. Absolutely.
Nice.
I'm fuming. The top comment said not the arsehole, but you're the arsehole if you let her back in. How many times does she have to bully your son for you to get that she's a
Alright,
mean
chat,
girl
we're
who
gonna
gets
grab
off
some
hurting your
assorted
7-year-old
seeds.
son? When he cuts you out of his life because mum never had my back.
Mixed
Because mum cares
seeds.
more about her sister's feelings than her own son's. Sometimes doing the right
So that
thing
our
is a
garden
lonely
doesn't
path.
die.
And the people who are backing her up, ask them, if she bullies their child, would they be okay with that? Opie says, I agree. I feel ashamed
What
for
are you
letting
doing,
her get away
kitty?
with things. Nay says, I'm wondering why you let this last incident be the straw that broke the camel's back. She's done it multiple times before, right? Why didn't you stand up for him then? Are you missing the wedding to hurt her? Because unless you're going no contact, the problem is still going to exist. And
Yeah.
why doesn't your son wear pull-ups? Discreetly, of course, to protect him from public embarrassment. I mean, if you don't want to go to the wedding, then that's fine, but don't give your sister another reason to mistreat
Yeah, it
your
seems
son.
weird.
Opie says, I'm
Yes,
sold on
he's a
going
very
no
good
contact with her.
kitten.
Even if my son receives
a
an
ragdoll
apology,
munchkin.
she will not be let back into his life.
That's why he's
My son
munchy.
doesn't wear pull-ups because he has asked me to not wear diapers. He doesn't like them, and I'm not going to force him to wear them if he doesn't want to. I'm completely understanding of him not wanting to. Should I still have him wear them? Brandon Token says, why would other family members be blowing up your phone? This is none of their business. This is between you and your sister. Opie says my sister has a tendency to run her mouth. Of course she does. Opie also says on what bladder condition the son has. Opie says he has OAB, overactive bladder. We potty
That's
trained him
rough.
already. He knows how to go to the bathroom. The condition causes him to suddenly pee. There are times when he doesn't make it to the bathroom. So OP comes in with an update and says, hi all.
Okay.
It's been a few hours since I made my first post. I wanted to say thank you
in
all
that.
for the love going to my son Liam. It truly
Yeah,
means
put
the
my hat
world.
on.
I wanted to address some things. The reason I bring Liam to these gatherings is because he loves his cousins. He enjoys spending time with
Sell
family.
all this shit.
Liam doesn't like wearing pull-ups or diapers of any form.
Okay.
That is why I haven't necessarily been
Let's
using
go.
them. Now, to further update. I talked to Liam about what happened. I told him that it wasn't his fault
Hi,
at all,
Pam.
and that Aunt Jane was being very rude and inconsiderate.
I see you're
I
going
told
to
him
the
that he's an
bus. I'll be
amazing
back to
boy,
bother you
and to never
soon.
let anybody say otherwise. My son was very happy to hear this. He told me that what Jane had said to him hurt his feelings a lot, and I completely understood. I asked him if he wanted to continue to go
8
to these
green
family
slimes, you
events.
say.
He said no. I fully supported his decision. My son comes first, and the comments have helped me realize that I've let Jane walk all over me with a fear
Hey.
of causing a tear in the family. Now I'm going
Shit,
little to no contact with Jane.
damn.
I send her the occasional holiday message, but that's it.
He
I cannot
hates
be
me, I
around someone
guess.
who hurts my son. I felt as if I had failed as a mum, and the comments have truly opened my eyes, so thank you all. As for the people in my family who support my sister,
You haven't failed as a
I've blocked them
mom,
all.
but you would
I
if
refuse
you
to allow
let it
people who
continue.
agree with their mentality to be involved in my son's life. I love my son with all my heart, and I would do anything for that little guy. I think that I should have put a stop to it sooner, and I regret not doing that. However, I know that I can be a better mum, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I messaged the family that was contacting me in a mass group chat, and I told them that we would no longer be coming to any family events.
No, there
If
was
they
no
wanted to see my
Monty.
son, they would have to come individually.
He has not
or the
visited
event
us
would have
yet.
to be hosted by me. I told him that my sister's behavior needs to be fixed because that was the reason our family is being torn apart. Not because I'm not going to her wedding, but because she decided to make fun of my child. My mother is on my side and fully supports my decision. My father is still stuck in the middle, and for that I think I should go no contact with him too. I'm going to keep in touch with you all, and keep the updates coming whenever I can. All I know is that, even if she gives my son the apology he deserves,
one good one.
I want nothing to do with her. I don't want her around my son. Someone asked if Jane has kids based on the comments on her son's cousins, and Opie says no, Jane doesn't have any children. They're my other siblings' kids, along with some of my cousins' kids. Opie on why she was going on low contact with her father. Opie says my father has always been partial towards my sister. I wouldn't mind if he disowned me because he wasn't that much of a dad to me anyways. Half a year after that update, Opie comes in with a new one and says, "Hi everyone. It's been a couple of months since I made my update post, so I figured I should update once more, if anyone is still interested."
Alright,
My
just
sister
run
Jane
and
got
check
married on
everything
December
real
4th,
fast.
and it's been such a roller coaster.
Get everything
I did
from
not go to the wedding,
here.
nor did I go to any after party or gathering they had.
Pause.
I'm not interested at all in any of their
Hello,
plans.
sir that I never
From what
talked
I
to.
heard, red wine was spilled on her dress, which in turn ruined the photos.
Aw.
Come as a bitch. Anyway, I ended up taking Liam to the mall, and I just spent the entire day with him. I bought him some new Lego sets, clothes, and basically everything he wanted. My boy deserves to be spoiled. Before anyone asks, yes, he still has his bladder issues. However, yes, we managed to
Obviously,
get
they
him
didn't
used to
magically
wearing
go
gloves
away.
and other things to manage his accidents. A lot of people sent me messages regarding certain things to use, and honestly, it really helped a lot. I checked a few of them before I logged out of this account.
Nice,
It
we
wasn't
unlocked
easy
this.
getting him used to the change, but Liam understood that it was for the best and learned to use them. He hasn't really complained about anything so far. Now, the big question is,
Peterman.
what's going on with my sister?
No,
Like
you're
I
a
said, she
child.
got
You
married
don't
and
get
all
to.
Blah, blah, blah. According to her maid of honor, she was a real bridezilla. So glad I wasn't there. I feel bad for her fiance. He's a really nice guy. I'm still in no contact with her or anyone in my family that supported her. My mother has been my rock. It hasn't been that hard to adjust, actually. My father has been cut off as well. My father and I never got along, so it isn't a loss for me. I fully believe that he is the reason that my sister acts the way she does. My sister has tried to reach out to me a couple of times. Most of them were just her berating me for not going to the wedding, and others were half-assed apologies. I could honestly care
Girl,
less
what
about
is wrong
what
with
she
your
says.
sister?
I read Liam some of the comments, and guys, you made him the happiest little boy on earth.
Aw.
His birthday was actually 4 days ago, January 22nd. He's now 8 years old. We had a nice Lego theme party for him. He loves Legos. My mum and a few cousins were invited, along with his school friends. He had an accident during the party, but finally, no one was there to berate him for something he can't control. I'm also saying thank you for anything. If anything happens in the future, I'll be sure to update you guys, but for now, this seems to be it. Love you all, and thank you for the support. Top comments on that one says, kids that age already have so much to navigate. Adding a medical issue on top of that makes it even harder. He's lucky to have people who truly care about him and lift him up, not tear him down. Another comment says, just a quick thought, and maybe someone else has already said this. If your son starts bemoaning having to wear pull-ups, maybe if he knew there was an industry devoted to grown-ups as well who have bladder issues, he'd feel less weird about it. Unless it's just the feeling of pull-ups he doesn't like, then never mind. Another comment says, great to hear that Liam had a happy birthday, surrounded by people who actually care about him. Another comment says, glad you got a happy little boy, OP.
So weird. Why would you ever want to bully a child
with people who don't enrich you
for
or your
no
child's
reason?
life? irrespective of them being related
Oh,
or
the
not.
child is shitty.
And the last commenter says, hi. I just wanted to add something for your boy that you might want to look into. A friend's daughter had issues with accidentally wetting herself until her teens. Turns out she was having a certain type of seizure. Does your son stare off into space when he wets himself? You may not have paid attention, but start to and see. Also think back on it.
That's so scary.
Either way, get him in with a doctor who can get the testing done. After that, my friend's daughter was given medication to control the seizures, and she stopped wetting herself. Again, one of my favorite things about Reddit is when the comments come in and talk about their own experiences and what they see.
I would have never considered that.
It might not help OP, but it might help someone out there, you know? It's just that reminder that we've all got our own little lives, little things going on, etc., etc. It's what I find fascinating about these stories. But I still
That would have
find
never
it
crossed my
crazy
mind.
that Jane's behavior, the thought process of talking about a child like that, a 7-year-old child, just no empathy
Yeah,
at
it's
all.
so weird.
Not being able to recognize that he's embarrassed, he's probably anxious about what's going on. 7 years old. And you do this kind of shit towards him. One absolute scummy person. But I'm so glad that you've taken Liam away from that situation and now we can just thrive without having to worry about people like Jane in his life. And he sounds like he's so much happier for it. So good on you, OP, for doing what's right for your son. I got absolutely no doubt that it's difficult, you know, we talk about it time and time again, how things are normalized in families, and I take the piss with the, but family stuff, but it is difficult, especially when you've got everyone else around you telling you that you're wrong for doing so, you're overreacting, etc. But now, I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below.
Give someone a gift.
So let's move on to another
Okay.
story. I'm reading this one mainly because I spotted cake in the title. And it's from Defo Not a Rich Bitch, who says, am I the arsehole
Amazing.
for leaving a family gathering and taking the cake with me?
So I'm
after
used to
getting
my other
feelings hurt?
save where I have a mod where you can just walk on the bus,
1 year sober from alcohol at the beginning of the year.
but it can be
This was a
glitchy, so I
huge
didn't
accomplishment for
install
me.
it.
It was bigger to me than finishing college. I told my family that next time we're together for family dinner, I had something to celebrate. This all happened at my mum's. The kids were playing and adults were hanging out. I took the moment to share that I'd reached 1 year sober and how good I felt about it. They went with,
Nice.
ooh, that's what you were talking about. And has it been a year already? I'm embarrassed to admit. I hope someone would say that they're proud of me.
What?
My brother-in-law Steve
Weird
looked
reaction.
at my sister and they both said, well, at the same time she said, since we're all here, niece just got into a specific gymnastics thing. It's been a long road, but she did it. Steve popped some wine that they'd bought and they started giving everyone glasses and cups. He made eye contact with me and his face fell. I had this gnawing feeling, so got up from the table. I took a walk. I tried to get through the moment mentally so I could be present for my niece to celebrate her success. But when I got back to the
That's
house,
so
my
weird.
sister asked me why I left without saying anything. I said I needed a minute to myself. She looked at me funny and said, okay. I said I'd shared something I was very proud of and she bulldozed over it. My mum put her hand up and asked me what my news was. I said that I'd told them. I'd hit 1 year sober.
Are they
said my generation
slow?
always wanted praise for doing the bare minimum. That wasn't an accomplishment. It was just what I needed to do, like graduating high school.
What?
I tried to make it through dinner, but found myself
So
just
you
not in the
wouldn't
mood anymore.
congratulate someone for
I
graduating
decided
high
to go
school?
home. Here is the direct thing I am being called
What
a
the
butthead
hell?
for. I brought a small berry chantilly cake, my favorite. Holy shit, I just had to Google that immediately. That looks absolutely amazing. Anyway, we continue. I brought a small berry chantilly cake, my favorite, to share after dinner. It was the thing I decided I earned. The kids had definitely seen it. On my way out, I decided to take it home with me. I guess when they realized the cake wasn't in the garage fridge anymore, my sister called me to ask why I took it. I said I did because it was my cake to celebrate my accomplishment.
Yeah.
She said word for word, are you fucking serious? Oh my god, Emma, grow up. You're such a fucking baby. My mum
Dude,
later
don't
texted
talk
me
to them
directly
anymore.
and tell me how disappointed she was that I threw a tantrum because my niece got more attention than me. I don't think a read of what happened is
Lemon.
right. But that's why I'm asking you guys. Am I the arsehole because I took home the cake in the end? Was that really childish of me?
No.
Considering the kids saw it and then didn't get any. As I
Who
was putting
fucking
on my
who?
shoes to leave, Steve found me and directly apologized and said that he was completely oblivious in the moment. I know
The
he
Shadow
did not
Man.
do anything to intentionally hurt me. The top commenter on this one said, they had wine, which naturally excluded you, right after you told them your good news.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
glad you took the cake. Opie says, so at the bottom of
They're
the
dumb.
post I talk about my brother-in-law Steve, who is the one who opened the bottle. He apologized directly to me for it, and that's what the look he gave me was about, I think. He said that he was just on autopilot with my sister talking, and that when he saw me he was like, oh fuck, that was a stupid thing to do. I'm not mad at Steve, and I know he didn't do it on purpose to upset me or anything. Breath Music 14 says not the arsehole, and say, Mom,
it's the fact that they
you actually
didn't think about
that
it.
The reason I'm upset is because his niece had something to celebrate, and you're not only oblivious, but also a huge arsehole. If anyone is disappointed in me, it's me being disappointed in you. And if anyone is disappointed, it's me being disappointed in you. I'm super happy for niece, but all of the rest of you adults in the room were dismissive and really shitty, and I'm under no obligation to put up with your bullshit. At least Steve had the decency to apologize for being so oblivious and insensitive. You clearly have no excuse, nor are you excused. Loads of people in the comments were telling OP that
Seriously.
they're proud of her for doing what she did, and it's a huge achievement, which it absolutely is. OP responded to a bunch of them saying, I'm really sorry if I didn't respond to anyone's questions. I'm reading your comments and people telling me they're proud of me is making me cry really bad. Thought everyone was going to tell me I'm a big fucking dumb loser because I took the cake.
No.
Hell no, you deserve that cake. They didn't
Why
deserve
would anyone
no
say
cake.
that?
Opie edits the post with a follow-up and says, hi everyone, I just wanted to follow up and say thank you to everyone for the responses. I have a lot to think about when I next go to therapy.
Come on.
When they actually, and work on. I do want to clear up a few things that I've seen come up a lot in the comments. I'm not in AA. I've tried AA before and it was not compatible for me. It works for a lot of people very well, and I'm happy for you. It works for you.
AA
So
is
stuff about
religious
the
though, a lot of
steps
people
and
forget
personal
that.
inventory are not relevant to me. It wasn't a party for my niece. It was just a family dinner. The cake was mine and wasn't bought for my niece. I didn't take it because I wanted to get back at them. I took it because it was my favorite cake, and I wanted to eat it because it was my thing that I earned.
Camel
I
did
don't know
steal
why
the
they
wood.
opened the wine for my niece getting into the gymnastic program. But I also didn't think it's my place to say anyone else.
It's weird to open wine for that, considering the niece can't drink.
I wouldn't have blamed you if you took that cake to get back at them. Cake is cake.
Right?
There's no way
I would have taken it to be petty, personally.
Just pissed me off. But seriously, well done to you, OP. It is a huge achievement, and you should be incredibly proud of yourself for doing what you're doing. But now, I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts.
LB is
now
better than me
in the
because I would have made a
comments
fucking
below.
scene.
And just a huge thank you for being here today, getting involved in the stories. Your love, your support, your time, it always means the absolute world to me. So thank you so, so much. And hopefully, I'll see you in the next
Baby.
one.
Stop. The noises he's making. Like, I would literally... Like... the way, like, everyone would have left that dinner crying, first of all. Second, like, the second people ignored me and said something else, I've been like, oh, no, I'm sorry. Fuck me then. Never mind. I thought that we were part of a family. Like, oh, never mind. Your fucking kids' gymnastics thing. Right, I'm sorry. Something that most children do. Congratulations, I'm sure that was so difficult. Anyway, like I was fucking saying, like, and then if anyone interrupted me, I would have started going after them next. 'Cause, like, nah, you're not about to do that. The disrespect. That shit does not work on me. But also my family knows better. My family definitely knows better. Oh, I want to chop down the cactus. Okay, let's fish. Oh, we only have 30 minutes of stream left. That's not fair. Okay. Oh, I told my boyfriend my dad was dead and then he showed up at my door. What? This will be the last one. And then I have to go for a little bit and then I will meet you on Fansly for the late night stream.
Why not consider like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too. And let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now today's first story comes from one accomplished 427, and it says, "Am I the asshole for telling my boyfriend my dad was dead? I, 26
Is he dead?
Lost my mother to cancer when I was 8.
Oh,
and I've always had an absent father. I only found out who he was when I was 13.
Oh,
Even
he's not
then,
dead.
He did not want custody of me, forcing me to stay in the foster system until I was 18. Over my whole life, I've had about 5 conversations with him, give or take.
Weird.
He is like a stranger to me.
To not understand what actually happened.
To ask for money or something along those lines. It doesn't really bother me anymore. I've just learned to accept it now, but I don't like talking about it, so to avoid that conversation with people, I usually just say both my parents are dead. This leads me to a year and a half ago, when I
like,
just
that's
started
fine,
dating my boyfriend.
but like, you're dating.
And like usual, I just told him
That means you might want to get married.
The other day,
Might want to tell them the truth.
I still don't know how he knows where I live.
Oh.
I asked for $100, except for my boyfriend was there, and he obviously found out my dad was not dead. This led to a long conversation with him that night where I explained the whole situation. He said this was a breach of trust between us because I lied about my dad, and that he needed some space to rethink our relationship, but he doesn't think he will leave me. I feel so shitty and that I should have just told him
I'd be
earlier,
pretty
but
fucking thrown.
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm gonna be honest.
So, am I the arsehole?
I would need a moment to think about that relationship also.
Which just said my boyfriend texted me 5 minutes ago, asking to talk. So we're gonna have a full in-depth conversation tomorrow after work, and I'll update again then. So much more Eagle says this one. No one's an arsehole here. It seems more of a relationship advice question. I don't think you're an arsehole per se, but I can understand why your boyfriend would be questioning things after dating you for a year and a half and you not telling him the truth about a pretty important part of your past. I can see why you just use the dad's dead shorthand when you first meet someone. But after that
this
amount
comment.
of time, one would think you'd have talked more about stuff like that. Maybe you both need some time to think, and maybe you should consider getting some personal therapy, if you can, to work through these feelings so you can talk about them. Similar name says you're the arsehole. It's 1.5 years into dating. Sure, not great third date material, but you could have said, my mother is dead and she was the only parent in my life, and just left it at that to begin with. Later, as you got more serious, you could tell him a bit more.
Because it's one thing to say, I don't want to talk about it.
Father, just a dead
It's another to say, they're dead, and then never correct that.
Money sometimes. Enough process says, no one's an arsehole here. I can completely understand why you just.
Because it's not about the dad being dead or not, it's the lying.
Behave towards you as if he were your dad. I can also understand why your boyfriend was startled and wondered what else you might just not be telling him about. And at what point do you tell someone? Either way, I say my dad.
I don't do lying by omission.
Alive. He keeps finding out my address and showing up wanting money. You haven't mentioned that you're living with him or they have plans to marry. If it was me, the one lied
personally,
to,
I don't.
I think the point when I'd expect to be told about an absent father who isn't nearly as absent as you'd wish he was is before you decide to live together. Because at that point, the sporadic dad appearance becomes your living partner's problem too. And definitely I'd expect to know if there were plans to marry. But if you just hadn't told him because you do your best not to think about your dad, except when he shows up, and he hadn't showed up since before you started dating your boyfriend, then I don't think it's really a breach of trust. It's just typical bad timing on the part of your dad. Pip and Squeak says you're the arsehole. Now you look like a liar, and technically you are a liar. If he posted this from his point of view, everyone would tell him to run. It immediately begs the question, what else did she lie about? I haven't seen or spoken to my father in 14 years.
That would be a hard no for me if I was the person lied to. And if I was the person in that position, I would never say they're dead. I would just say what's actually happening.
Honestly, I never really considered therapy since I thought I was over the hurt of my dad not being there. But now that you mention it, I actually feel like it might do me some good, so I'll look into that. To another commenter, OP said, I didn't mention it here, but he did stand up for me at the door, and it was only afterwards he confronted me about it, since I had lied, and I think that's the problem with the situation.
Bruh.
He just needs to gather his thoughts, I
I'm
think.
another one.
OP responding to saying, how did your dad find out where you live? OP says, I genuinely have no clue, and I don't want to think about it. Obviously, if he does it again, it might be more of a problem. Then OP shortly afterwards added the update and said, before I get into the update, I would like to clear things up. One, I've only given money to my dad once, when I was still desperate for his love and acceptance, but he did not get any money this time. Two, despite his confusion, my boyfriend stepped in to defend me and get my dad to leave. It was only after my dad left he asked me about it. Now, onto the update. My boyfriend
And
told
this
me
right
that
here is the
all
reason
sudden
you don't
information
lie
or
about
the
stuff like
knowledge I hadn't
that.
told him the
As
truth was
uncomfortable as the
very overwhelming.
conversation is.
He just needed some space to not say the wrong thing. He also said that he got why I lied initially, and he wasn't mad that I lied, more hurt that I felt like I couldn't tell him about it. He also mentioned that he couldn't be there for me if he didn't know what was going on. The conversation ended in tears, and it is the most vulnerable I have been in front of someone. He was very understanding, and we've decided to draw a line in the sand and start again, if that makes sense. I've also looked into therapy for my childhood trauma, and all in all, I'm using this as an opportunity to better myself and heal fully. Thank you for all your kind comments. And I think it's a pretty positive update as things can go, right? I'm glad that they're able to work through things, talk about things, and
Yeah, you definitely got to start over, because
OP's seeking therapy for their past.
now that he knows everything,
The post
you
itself
can
was
start
very much you're the
on an
arsehole
honest
with
foot.
Not the arsehole, and no one's an arsehole here sprinkled in here and there. And I kind of felt like it was a no one's an arsehole here from my perspective. I get why the boyfriend was a bit taken back by the way
Yeah, I think
things
it's a
went
no one's
down,
the asshole.
But I also get why OP acted the way she did and said what she did. Yes, of course, there was better ways of saying it. She could have said, my dad is dead to me, or any other variation of that. But as I said, I'm glad that they was able to work through things. But now,
Yeah, that would have been a really easy
what do you guys make
way to
of this
phrase it so that
situation?
you don't have to
Let us know
actually
your thoughts
explain
down
but
in
get the
comments
point
below.
across.
And let's move on to another story. Now this next story comes from Yo-Yo, who says, I, 16 male,
Woo!
got into an argument with my older brother, 26 male, and
Oh,
told
I
him
wanna
he'll
grab-
never measure up to our deceased father. I have 3 older siblings.
Oh!
2 sisters who are 28, and my older brother Chris, who is 26. I'm the youngest child at 16. 3 years ago, our dad died of cancer after a pretty rough battle.
Oof, that's
Being
rough.
11 when my dad got sick, I remember it being a pretty scary time. Not always understanding what was happening, but the one thing I always knew was that Chris was there for me. Obviously, it was also a very difficult time for Chris, but he really looked out for me during that time. And Chris has continued to be the same. Great guy, an awesome big brother to this day. So, 3 weekends ago, I went to a party, drank too much, and I got drunk for the 3rd time in my life. I called Chris and asked him if he could come get me when I wanted to leave. And my friends, one of which was our
Oh, wait, I'm
designated
poor.
driver who was sober, wanted to stay. Chris came to pick me up, worried that I was going to get in the car with a drunk driver if he didn't. The next day he lectured me on my drinking problem and getting into cars with drunk drivers. Things got heated because I felt like he was assuming a lot. Because I'm a junior in high school and I've only drank 3 times at parties, which I feel is pretty normal. I wasn't going to get in the car with
Yes,
a drunk
but that
driver.
doesn't mean you
My
should be
designated
doing
driver
it,
was
nor that
completely sober,
someone older
so I feel
wouldn't
like I was
scold
more
you for doing
responsible
that.
than he
You're
was
a
giving me
junior in
credit
high
for.
school,
But
okay?
yes, I was drunk enough to think calling him at 10 p.m. out of the blue to pick me up because I was tired was a good idea. And then 2 weeks ago, Chris found
Like,
out
anyone
I
finding you
quit the
drunk while in
soccer
high
team.
school is
He
going to
started
elicit
lecturing
that
me on
reaction. Does not
commitments
matter how
and
normal
talking
it
about
is.
how I needed to be doing extracurricular for college. I shouldn't just quit because of laziness. And then things got heated, and he started talking about my drinking problem again, and then talking about my room being messy, and then we were really arguing, and he was accusing me of being disrespectful. And then I fucked up. I lost it and told Chris he wasn't my dad, and I didn't need him lecturing me. Now he thinks he could replace Dad, but he'd never be half the man Dad was. I was mad and just looking for something mean to say. Chris left my room, and about 30 minutes later came back in and apologized for overstepping. It was clear that he had been crying.
I don't feel like that was
still mad
overstepping.
and couldn't bring myself
Happy
to apologize,
Valentine's Day!
even though I knew I should, and I didn't mean what I said. Chris left and went back to his place, and we didn't talk for 3 days. 3 days later, I finally did the right thing and texted him a heartfelt apology for what I had done and said. Thanked him for always caring enough to be there for me, and told him I spoke with the coach about rejoining the soccer team. He texts back hours later, "Thank you, that means a lot." Since that time, we've only spoken sporadically over text, whereas we used to speak all day. I've asked him if he wants to hang out, and he's always busy, or he says maybe tomorrow. And then when I text him the next day, he doesn't reply until it's too late.
Yeah.
Chris has come to every soccer game I've had over the past couple of years, but he's missed the last 2. I've apologized again by text. I'll do it in person, but I haven't seen him since our fight, whereas normally I see him a couple of times a week. One of our
Those are
things
the
has been going to
consequences of
see
your
new
actions.
Marvel releases together. I asked him if he wants to go next weekend, and he said his girlfriend surprised him and took him this weekend. So I replied back, "Okay, maybe we can do something else together? I'd love to hang out with you. I miss you."
Definitely
And
fucked up by assuming it was a drinking problem, but I think if you're seeing someone in high school that level of drunk, you're going to be like, this is a drinking problem, regardless of whether or not it's frequent.
Chris was overbearing at times, but I would give anything
Because I think the fact that you're getting that drunk in high school is already a red flag.
The top commenter says, "You broke his heart." And I don't say that to make you feel guilty. I say that so you can understand that a text message apology is not remotely enough.
Yeah, it's
You
not.
need to go to him, not wait for him to come over. You literally need to go to his place and apologize in person. Oopie says you're absolutely right that a text apology is not enough for what I've done. I want to apologize in person because he deserves one. Should I just show up to his place uninvited? Because I thought about doing that. I asked to come over before and he didn't reply until it was already late, saying he had just got home. But next time, I could. This is incredibly heartbreaking. You know, Chris, who stepped up to care for his 11-year-old brother during their father's death, continued to be present and protective for years after, only to have it thrown in his face like that, that's got to hurt. And that, again, that, like that commenter said, that's not to bring OP down or anything like that. I don't think Chris is pulling away out of punishment. Feels like it's about protection. Like, he's probably really worried about overstepping again and, you know, questioning everything because of what was said to him. And that stuff before probably all felt really natural for him, caring for his brother like that. And yes, what OP said was heartbreaking. I can remember
getting drunk in high school is one thing. Getting as drunk as OP described
again, not an excuse,
is another thing.
But I agree with that comment.
And also,
you need to speak to him face to face, tell him exactly what you wrote here. But OP comes in with a
you're in a situation where you're needing to call for someone to pick you up.
Update to my first post.
As good as it is that you are calling,
I apologize for being mean.
it doesn't mean that you're making good decisions.
Doing that. I also got him a separate card and wrote a message thanking him for everything he's done for me. Went to his house with my letter and card, and
because you shouldn't be in that situation.
To go talk to him, but unfortunately, when I got there, he was gone already. So I slid them under the door. When he got back home, he found them and read them, and then he called me to arrange to come see me. He came over here and I apologized in person for what I said. He was very straightforward with me and honest about my actions. He explained that the reason he had been avoiding me lately is because he needed some time apart because he was beginning not to like me. He said he loved me, but he didn't want to be around me sometimes. That was pretty hard to hear. He said that lately I've just been not very nice. The comment about our dad was by far the worst, but I make other snappy comments. He tried to brush it off, me being just a teenager, but had now decided it was best to let me know. Being a teenager is not an excuse to be a constant asshole to everybody at home, is how he put it. He gave a few examples, and looking back, he was absolutely right. It was pretty upsetting to hear. I know he wasn't saying it to upset me. I was thankful that he was telling me, or at least I'm thankful now. I promised that I would check my attitude. He said a little more thoughtfulness was all I needed, and that even though sometimes I act like an asshole, he knows I'm not one. After we finished talking, we hugged. He told me not to forget that he loves me and that I'm great. Since then, I've been trying to be more considerate. I really am trying to follow the advice he gave me. It's been a couple of months now, and I'm happy to say that it's working. My mum told me a couple of weeks ago that I'm a joy to be around. In the car today, my brother told me it's been really nice spending time with me lately, so that's good news.
That's good.
Oh, that last couple of lines got me going. It sounded like the brothers' straightforward talking is just what OP needed and got them back on a a really good track, not just for themselves, but with their family as well, which I think is wonderful. And yes, Teen said some shitty things, but it sounds like he's reflected really well. I always look back at myself
progress
and I
is
think,
good,
what was
at
I
least.
like in those years? I couldn't imagine having this self-reflection that OP had, which I think is
I
just
fucking hate
absolutely
these things.
amazing.
Okay.
And I'm just so glad for them that things are turning around and being better for them. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another story. Now this next story is a totally random one. Some people call it a troll post. It does have an update, but I was reading some of the comments on it, and some people saying the same sort of shit that happened with them.
Nice, that was our last bug.
This one is titled, My 28 female boyfriend, 29 male, grabbed a stranger's ice cream. Can't believe this actually happened.
What?
We were out walking around this evening. He'd mentioned wanting to get an ice cream, but
What
hadn't
the
brought
fuck?
money, and neither had I. We usually take a walk after dinner, and don't buy stuff during it unless we decide beforehand we want to get something that night. So, as we're walking past a group of people, he made a sudden movement to the side and then started running in the opposite direction, full speed.
What
It
the
was so
fuck?
fast I haven't seen exactly what he did. People were saying things like, holy shit, and oh my god. One guy said, he took my ice cream. And that's when I realized what had happened. He stole this guy's ice cream on a busy street. I was absolutely shocked and mortified. Everyone around us had seen it, or else quickly got told about it. They were staring and pointing down the street where he was still running.
No!
Couldn't believe what I was seeing. I apologized repeatedly to the man whose ice cream he grabbed, then said I was going to find him and got myself out of there. Utterly
Dude,
humiliating.
what the fuck?
Well, it nearly made it back to the house in that time.
What is
I got
wrong
there a
with
few minutes
him?
later and found he'd been crouched in the stairway,
What?
eating the ice cream out of the cup. He scrambled when he heard me coming, dripping ice cream everywhere. Looked like a deer in headlights. He literally left the cup on the stairs and ran away from me up to our apartment. But I had the key, so he was just standing there when I got there. I, of course, demanded an explanation.
What?
He had the balls to deny he had done anything. He insisted
What
he
the
didn't know what I was
fuck?
thinking about. I sort of lost it and started yelling at him.
Ah!
The cup is down on the stairs. Your hands and mouth are covered in it. Some people literally saw you snatch it right at the guy.
What is wrong with
What do you mean
him?
you don't know? He then changed his story and said it was just a joke.
Yes, yes, yes.
What the fuck?
Here, let me put
He
up a
decided
poll.
to reenact the YouTube prank
Here,
video on a random
just-
stranger. How is that a
You
prank?
chat, decide which
Trying to
movie
let
we're
this
watching
aside, I
first
kept
next
asking
stream.
What makes him think that's okay to do? And he changed the story again. This time he said he doesn't know why he did it. It was just an urge.
They're both gay.
I didn't even know what to say, so I told him I needed some time to myself. I'm seriously disturbed.
Is he okay?
No good reason. This is completely out of character for him.
That is the
He's always very mild.
truly
So,
most unhinged thing I've ever
especially
fucking
me,
heard.
Very kindly.
What
He's
is
the last person I
happening?
thought would do something like this.
Like,
What
genuinely,
do I
there's
do
something
next to
wrong with
figure out
him.
What the fuck that was about? How can I know he's even being honest? So the top commenter said to OP, if this isn't a troll post, I think he's mentally ill or has some sort of brain tumor or something. There's a lot of people saying the same thing.
Yeah.
OP replied to that saying,
Brain tumor.
add this to the top comment so anyone still following will see. Last night I asked him again what he was thinking. He said, Jesus, I don't know, I already told you. I said I couldn't accept that answer because it's not a real answer. I told him we needed to talk about it because, after reading some of
You
the
voted
comments
for the
last
one
night,
named after
I needed
me.
to know if something was wrong with him mentally. He said it wasn't. I started naming possible things he could be stressed about, like job, family, money, and he said it was all fine. To my knowledge, that's true. If something's going on, then he's hiding it well. He was visibly annoyed by my questioning, and when I eventually asked if he realized how bizarre it was, he snapped. Who fucking cares? Please stop bothering me, I'm busy.
What?
He was just browsing Facebook. He refused to talk
What
about it
the
anymore
hell?
after that, but has been talking about other stuff as normal. It's like he just pretending it's never happened. If it hadn't,
That's
there's nothing about his behavior right now that would
Really
be weird to me.
concerning.
So now I feel like I'll be crazy if I bring it up anymore. I don't know if I just need to forget about it like he is or what. I'm still stunned.
No,
I'm very
no,
confused.
that's...
And here's one of the comments I was talking
I would be
about.
like, yeah,
Ashley
so we're
replied
gonna
saying
break
she
up if
would
you don't
say,
fucking
"I've been
cut this
there."
shit out
I
immediately.
dated a guy for 3 years, late 20s, and one day we were talking out of his apartment and his neighbor was celebrating a birthday and had balloons on the door. Out of the blue, he runs up to the door and pops all the balloons. I was dumbfounded. This behavior made no sense to me, and he had never done anything like it before. He ran down the hall and down the fire escape stairs. I had to run after him because I was so embarrassed to be associated with him after that and didn't want his neighbors to see me. I forgot what his explanation for his behavior was, but it didn't make sense. Long story short, he's bipolar amongst other things. I think Esso is mentally ill.
I don't know if that one explains it.
So Opie came in with a mini update.
Maybe.
So I finally got the explanation from him yesterday. Turns out
you'd have to be in like the brink of a manic episode, though.
All dare each other to humiliate themselves by doing outlandish things in public they'd never normally do.
What?
He told me he's left the group because the experience was really stressful to him. Not exciting like he thought when he joined. It was the first time he had taken on one of the dares. He said that afterwards he just didn't know what to say and couldn't believe he'd actually done it. He was extremely apologetic for acting like a lunatic, causing me to worry about him. We had a long talk about it last night. I genuinely believe he regrets it. He knows what a stupid fuck up it was. Not much else to say, really.
What the hell? Also, how is 30 minutes already gone by? What?
Thank you to everyone who tried to make sense of it
but
in the
still,
original
what?
post, and who gave me advice for talking with him. I mean,
that is just...
I believe in the whole Discord thing anyway. Why would you... Surely you'd need some way to prove you was doing it if you was doing it for some kind of challenge on Discord or whatever. You need a camera, something. Otherwise, why would you do it in the first place? Because you can't prove it.
That is so fucking weird.
I swear, like, that was, like, similar to a plot of a film or something. Anonymous people daring you to do stuff over the internet. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but maybe I'm making that up.
No, that's definitely a movie, but...
doing that. And if it did turn out to
what
be
is wrong with him?
And not, you know, something else going on. This guy's 29
Girl,
years old.
there are no slimes.
To be fair, though, I'd love to have been on that street when that shit was going down, because that is just...
That is so funny, but like...
picturing this guy stood there with his ice cream, and then suddenly his hand's empty, and
this is how you end up forgetting your kid because of Roblox. Exactly. What the fuck?
Absolutely wild scenes, but...
No, we can't watch them at the same time! We need a tiebreaker.
Let us know your thoughts down.
We need a tiebreaker.
Now, just a huge thank you for being here today, getting involved in the stories, your love, your support, your time. It always means the absolute world to me,
I forgot to click back.
Thank you so, so much, and hopefully I'll see...
Bro. I'm just still picturing him crouched in the hallway. Please, why is he like that? Oh my god. You did it? Good night. I need to finish out this day and then I will wait, not upgrade tools. And then I will see myself out of stream. God damn it. Nothing good. Okay, that's not bad. And then a rock. Cool. Another one for Gunther. You broke the tie? Unfortunately, I still see a tie at the moment. Thank you, Peterman! Ah, thank you! Are you gonna be at the next one, or are you gonna leave us? Hi, Bubbles. How could you chat? Me. Ah! No! Whew. I ended it just in time. God damn. That was stop and go there. Ooh. It almost swapped back to a tie for a second. God damn. God damn. Alright, we're doing bottoms first. Alright, I'm gonna go find myself dinner and stuff. Guys making me suffer. Do we have anything in here yet? No. Cool. Alright. Or I guess it'll show up the next day. Okay, cool. Go give the thing to Gunther. There's definitely a joke there somewhere. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely there somewhere. We'll do bottoms. We'll see if you guys can reach goals by the end of that. And if that happens, then you know what'll happen if goals get reached. No. There. Alright. See you, Gunther. Let's just fish for the rest of the day. Do some river fishing. Isn't there anything good in the river? That's the question. What happens? What goals? You know damn well. I'm probably gonna set the... Let's see, I have... 1, 2... I technically have 4 layers on. Yeah, it's a very similar vibe over there, but we can watch copyrighted stuff over there, so we can watch movies and stuff. I don't literally play the movie because like I still don't want to cause problems copyright wise, but we can like play the audio and then we sync it up, and then if goals get hit on there, which usually I set each goal to 250 for each layer, and then once we reach 1,000, then we can do a show. The type you were thinking of, yes. So that's the vibe over there. So we're gonna watch 2 movies tonight. We're gonna see how many shows we get to. But I was saying, I have like 4 layers technically on right now. But I'm also like, it's cold. So I might just set it to the bottom half layers, leave the top half layers on, because it's actually that fucking cold out. It's just been so freezing, dude. Let's see what's in the ocean. A show I cannot say or do on YouTube. Yes, yes. I need more bait. Some of chat cares about it, the rest doesn't, so yeah, but it's so fucking cold that, yeah, I think I might just do the bottom 2. Make the bottom 2 goals slightly higher, and then make the overall goal slightly lower. And then maybe we can get to 2 shows. You'll have 2 movies to get through. Maybe that'll happen. The second show will be a more expensive goal, though, because I only am doing the 2 layers. But if you like my content, there is a video for sale. A video and photo set that's for sale right now. If you go to my other stream and you tip me $12, you can get it automatic with a download and all that good stuff. So it's not just on Fansly, it's also, you get a like physical not physical. You get a digital download of it as well, so you can like have it on your computer. In case my content gets nuked again for whatever reason in the future. High likelihood of that, because whatever. Then you can have the download of it, and it won't matter. Nice, we finally got sea jelly. Finally, another fish. It does, you get to save the world. It's very rewarding. Alright, let's wander back to our farm. And drop some bait off in our trappers. There we go. Actually, you know what? Give myself a chest here. Yeah, Can I move you? No. Okay. I just need enough so I can link them. Does that link it? Is that enough? Okay, well, we'll find out. I'm gonna leave this bait in here. And if it automatically reloads, then we know it worked. I don't trust it. Yeah, see, it's not working because it's not loading it. Okay. Where do I put it? Maybe... Maybe they have to go somewhere else? Okay, we'll try it over here. We'll put some on the dock over here and see if this works. Hi, Willie. Don't mind me. Just, does that work? Yeah, let's go. Nice. You'll end up saving the world again. Hey, well, I'm good with whatever happens on stream. I feel like it's Valentine's Day, so I'm giving the option for as many as we can do. 'Cause, you know, the spirit of the holiday. Alright, rush back home. Whee! Whee! So dark. Drop off all of our shit here. So many fish. Eek. Okay. Wait, no, you go. And you guys go there. Okay, cool. Sleep time. Good night, little kitten. Yay! Level 4 farming, let's go! Level 6 foraging, let's go! And level 8 fishing. Ooh, nice. And we made money. Finally. Goddamn. Alright. Yay. Good end. Nice! We got Mariner. Okay. Ooh. Well, that was fun, chat. We got a little bit of progress with Shane, at least. Eventually he won't hate us. Eventually. Shut up, Jean. Alright. Well. With that, I will see you guys over on Fansly in about an hour. I will put up the music for you guys in the meantime, just so you have something to listen to. But because, again, I'm not going to record that part of it, so it's not forever, double check that I'm recording when I start the next stream, just because, you know. Right? Shane is pretty hot. I like Shane. So, I'll see you guys over there. Should be fun. And, yeah, we'll have a good end out the night, okay? Mwah! Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for the pregame. And, yeah, see you soon, alright? Bye! Bye, bye, bye. Thank you if you hung out and tipped and liked the video and subscribed and all that shit. I'll see you over there. Mwah. Bye!